There is nothing like the sweet scent of playoffs, and they officially come your way to the Vanquisher League, the Titan Vanquisher League. Week 1 of the playoffs, our 12-team bracket is here and live on 2 different streams. On the main stream, we're going to be taking a look at a big-time matchup between Flash Syndicates, your 3rd seed from the C group, taking on the 3rd seed from Group A, Iridescent Dawn Frozen. Should be an action-packed one. It's probably going to take us quite a while to figure out a winner, Anti.
Oh, yeah. I mean, what can I say, Slayer, except I love the smell of the game, and I love the smell of whatever these teams are going to be cooking up for us today, as we have Flash Syndicates taking on Iridescent Dawn Frozen. And we've seen these teams on broadcast multiple times. I will say this time around, it is not going to be Nuffies in the mid lane for IDF. It is going to be Teals rocking the mid lane for that team. And the big question is, how exactly does that change up the dynamic of this team, right? You know, are you going to be swapping over to a more control mage centric sort of mid lane, control mage slash, team fight centric? But like I said, right, when you're getting into playoffs, sometimes it's a matter of figuring out these player style differences. Sometimes a matter of figuring out who meshes best with the team. Sometimes it's just about who's available on the day. But right now, what we're hoping for is that everyone is playing at 100%, because that is honestly all you could ever ask for when it comes to the playoff matches.
Yeah, and it certainly comes down to as well how much draft prep you've really done is. Wow, look at that comedic timing. We're in the game 1 draft here, but keep in mind, folks, this entire 12-team single elimination bracket is best of 5s because it is single elimination. So these teams have been playing a ton of best of 3s, likely fleshing out how their drafts want to go. But now you're really going to start reaching into the bottom of the barrel, the back of the book, per se, if this series extends past those 3 games, which it would only take nothing but a sweep to get there, as we are live for that game number 1 draft. Flash Syndicates on the blue side, and we are just taking away junglers to start off these bans.
Yeah, I mean, it's just jungle on jungle ban here. 4 jungle bans out of 6 already, going crazy over here. And like we said, right, a lot of the times when it comes to this stage of the series, it's about banning away the OPs. But Slayer and I, we were having a lot of conversations before the draft started and said there aren't really so many super standout, this is the best pick on the patch that we had in previous patches, right? There is no first pick Ashe, there is no first pick Corki, right? I mean, we're quite clearly not going to get a first pick Ashe with that ban, but Aurora still very much a champion in League of Legends.
Yeah, this is the farewell tour, I believe, to this version of Aurora, as we are nerfing the fun, unique part of her ultimate coming next and taking away a bunch of move speed. So why not capitalize on that before it all shifts over in just under 24 hours, I believe. Likely to go into that top lane, and I believe that's what Iridescent Dawn Frozen are thinking, is they immediately lock their counter, the Volibear and the Vex. 2 not too meta picks currently, but certainly ones that you got to think IDF are comfortable on.
Yeah, so what I will say is that Vex, one of those champions that I believe Teals is more comfortable on, right? Most of the times when I have seen this player on the map before, it has been on those mid laners with, AoE magic damage and, team fight wide CC. So, makes a lot of sense to be picking that up early if you don't want your champion pool to get pinched. Meanwhile, on the other side, speaking of AoE or team fight deciding ultimates, Nocturne's Paranoia, incredibly strong in a competitive play setting, because when 5v5 coordination is what your team excels at, turning the lights off makes it pretty dang hard.
It definitely does. Sivir going to be locked in on the turn here for IDF. Seeing a slow meteoric rise when it comes to still trying to figure out what bot laners are doing. We're in this weird spot where, you still can play some of those control mages. It's not as crazy, though, as when Brand and Syndra were at the top of the win rates for the 80 carry roll. Sivir has snuck back in as, you just build Cole with the fact that you don't do as much damage. Nobody's really doing as much damage anymore. You can really just scale in. And Sivir with 6 items is one of the best at scaling, so that's going to be the idea for Kami and company here. Got to pair some decent frontline with it next to this Volibear, though, as we see Leona and a ton of supports targeted in that second phase of bans.
Yeah. I mean, it's all about the point and clicks being taken away here. And with Silas off the table, because I doubt you're going to be getting Aurora support or something along those lines, the Alistar going to be picked up here. So right now we are getting even more of those lockdown champions, right? So much of that point and click lockdown was already taken away, but Maokai's still on the table, going to be picked up here. And the question is, are we getting more lockdown on top of that? We are. And Flash Syndicates have just AoE CC on AoE CC. They want to turn those lights off and make it absolutely impossible for Iridescent Dawn to actually get away here. And Udyr, you know, why not pick up a champion that says, I don't really care about your CC, just going to walk straight on through it. But a lot less team focused than the entire point of how Flash Syndicates have built up this composition.
These team fights are not going to look like skirmishes. They're not going to look like team fights. Not going to look like battles. They're going to look like wars. Because, boy, is there a lot of frontline for either one of these comps to chew through. And I would argue both sides don't have the most reliable way to even get through them. I mean, Aurora can be a bit of a tank buster. I don't think of Corki in that vein too much, to be honest. And then Vex is certainly not a tank buster. She is a try and mark an assassination with Shadow Surge on the backside. So this is really going to be on, you know, Kami, and I'm looking like I guess it's Terry in the mid lane with the Aurora to try and burn through these tanks, because we got a Volley and Udyr top that's definitely going to be building tank. Alistar, Ornn, and Maokai. It's just a lot to burn through.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's so much to burn through. But on top of that, right, we were talking about Sivir's 6-item power spike, which, you know, as we know, Sivir, one of the best champions in the game at 6 items, but it's a matter of getting there. I mean, with Yuntal being the way it is right now, a lot of AD carries are kind of delaying a lot of their power spikes, delaying some of the strength points of their builds. Corki, not one of those champions, right? Not going to be building up that Yuntal, most specifically going to be going for that Triforce, I'm almost certain. We might be seeing some crit as well. It really depends on the type of Corki we do end up seeing here, but a lot of Flash Syndicates, their team composition as a whole, says, all right, we got to the mid game, we are absolute gods, we're just going to take on over. And in the meantime, Iridescent Dawn, they've said, all right, well, we have a few champions to tide us over through the mid game, but if we can get to that late game, if we can get Kami to that 6-item power spike, then we can start to really take over this game. So it's right now, it's a matter of, you know, full on mid game all in versus the late game scaling of a single champion that really holds up this entire team.
You know, as much jokes as there are to make about like 6-item Sivir does actually spike like,
oh yeah,
like normal AD carries, right? Like 3 items is still pretty powerful. Past then it gets even worse, but yeah, 6 items Sivir. It's mostly the ricochet, like the fact that when you get that many items, you have so much added attack damage, and your crit chance is usually in the upper echelon half. Like, you could be standing as far back as Conveyable Cub's going to want to be with these rockets, and you're getting hit by these Ws that are critting you for like 550 damage per ricochet. So that's what
I mean. It's always going to feel rough being an AD carry in the backline getting shredded because your tanks are being autoed.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's the paradox you'll land themselves in. But I'm glad, Anti, you pointed it out. The mid game power is one of the underrated. I've only seen it a couple of times. This Nocturne Aurora combination, like turning the lights off and dropping the Aurora ult, and with how low vision you get, like, you don't even know if you're in the Aurora ultimate almost, and you don't know if your AD carries in the Aurora ultimate, how to get them out. It definitely causes a lot of chaos, and well, that's what any Nocturne comp wants to do. It's just causing chaos and assassinating a single target, which unfortunately for Kami, I think is going to be Kami every single time humanly possible once we're outside of lanes.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, as far as I'm concerned, right? So Iridescent Dawn and Frozen have really only a few options available to them, right? Either you put all your eggs into the Kami basket and give Flash Syndicates a very simple win condition, or you try and spread that gold around, right? You say, all right, you know, the Sivir's going to scale up, the Sivir's going to be fine. Why don't we put that gold onto a different champion, like the Udyr, like the Vex, right? Create a threat that can really get us past these early points, or really be the strength in the team fight, so that way Kami can actually get to free hit. But I believe so much of this composition for Iridescent Dawn Frozen is a matter of trying to mitigate the things that Flash Syndicates wants to do. Flash Syndicates have a very proactive composition. They have 4 champions that just want to hit R, a 5th champion who is more than happy to hit R regardless of whether or not there is any other lockdown on the end there. But in the end, an Exodia composition is pretty dang simple to execute on in comparison to a full denial composition.
Without a doubt. Also have the added bonus of Corki and Maokai can be pretty pesky setting up around neutrals, with the fact that you have a lot of poke that can come through, the saplings as well. Certainly, there's definitely, you know, I have some question marks with like these compositions. I don't think they're fully entailed like in a holistic identity. You want to say Flash Syndicate side, it's like Nocturne, Aurora, Corki, yeah, like those guys can play together really well, but like Ornn is playing for a super scaler front line, and then Maokai is trying to peel for Corki, but Corki can be pretty good at self-peeling, especially into a comp that isn't really going to threaten him too often. And then on the other side, I know TES is inserted here, maybe not a lot of time playing with the team yet, but just from a draft perspective, I think there are a lot of better options for the identity that IDF are going with than a Vex. Like an Azir here looks fantastic, an Orianna here looks fantastic, a Syndra here looks fantastic. All of those options went unbanned, so it must just be a pure comfort pick here for TES in his first game for the squad.
Yeah, from what I remember seeing before, we have seen the TES Orianna do a lot of work in the past. We have seen the Lissandra, also a very good pick for TES in the past here, but the Vex was locked in very early on, so you know that either tells you, I'm not sure if the player's comfortable on those other picks that we have seen in the past, or if the player's very, very comfortable in this as a counter pick for the Aurora. So really, in the end, it's just a matter of what exactly that mid lane turns into. I honestly think that the volatility of this mid lane decides so much more than we initially had let on.
I agree wholeheartedly. I think these are the lanes you play for. Sivir and Corki can really handshake just farming. It's not like Alistar and Maokai are really... they can be engaged proactive, but their kits are peel proactivity. So I see double Coles getting bottomed up in this game. Bottom lane just farming it out. Top lane, I do think Masuf is going to be in a very big spot. I think the IDF draft actually pivoted. They locked the volley at first, maybe to thinking it was an Aurora play, and shifting it down to Joby when they saw the Ornn get locked in. Udyr kind of just runs a matchup with Ornn. Really annoying for Ornn to deal with. But like you mentioned, it's really going to be on these junglers to see how volatile the mid lane could get, especially once those ults come online and threaten the ability to kind of roam with those ultimates, especially for TES. You can shoot that Void Surge from halfway across the map and really impact any team fight before Terry has an answer.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see exactly how things do develop. I am expecting to see a lot of that mid lane presence early on from the Volibear. I mean, Joby on that volley should be able to affect the map quite a bit earlier than we do see from Not Important on that Nocturne, because for Nocturne, all you really want to do is hit level 6, get a lot of damage, and apparently kill the hell out of people. That's a Dark Harvest Nocturne.
Wow. Okay. That is aggressive. I'm like pondering how this works, to be honest.
I'm almost certain that was meant to be Halo Blades.
That would have been so much better.
Yeah, I mean, unless this is like a collector Nocturne or something crazy that, right? I don't know, right? It's playoffs. Maybe you spend game 1 cooking a little bit, but this is a little bit atypical of a decision here. But in the meantime, nothing too atypical by this draft score. As we said, right? A lot of identity for Flash Syndicates, and on the other end, Iridescent Dawn Frozen. The Vex doesn't really have the same sort of synergy with the rest of the composition that Flash Syndicates really have for their entire team.
I also think our lovely sponsor loves themselves Corki still, and certainly still loves Aurora. It really impacts. Also, I've been told by one of our other casters, Golden Gad, that they love Ornn in every single matchup that Ornn shows up in. Yeah. But hey, I've seen the draft analysis be right most of the time, but not every time, as we have minions start to crash in these 2 lanes. Checking out the 2 lanes that actually I believe, will be pretty passive. And I'm now realizing that I think I got a bit baited by our draft. Is that actually Volley top and Udyr jungle? I thought it was switched at the draft. I am confused.
Yeah, I mean, I do believe that is going to be the Volibear top. Masuf has had a very, very successful season on that Volibear. I mean, one of his most consistent picks going into playoffs. So I'm not too surprised to be seeing it up there. But in the end, you know, we're not going to be seeing those super early volley ganks in the mid lane. Instead, we're going to need a flash bear slap from the champion that no longer has a bear slap, I guess would be the way to put it.
Yeah. RIP all the old stances that
Oh
we
my
used
god.
to know and love. Yeah, Volibear is just so oppressive. Almost more oppressive than Ornn could definitely be. Or excuse me, Udyr could definitely be. As my god, Masuf wants the kill under the turret, preemptively flashes to try and guarantee a stun combo with his E. At the very least trades flash for flash, but now is feeling the hurt of taking a turret shot in the early phase.
Yeah, I mean, Masuf does not quite have lethal here, but definitely wants to go for it. But
Man, I think he's dead. He's just dead. He doesn't get enough of a shield from his E, and complete overcalculation gifts adaptable late first blood.
Yeah, I mean, that's rough, right? I mean, this pick was chosen very early on for Masuf, and as I said, one of the most consistent picks for the player going into playoffs here, and that's not the position you want to be in to start things off.
Now we see a gank in the mid lane. Joby popping that ghost preemptively. Terry was pretty close by towards his turret, so maybe it's a show of force. Just letting Terry know that Joby is always watching from the river, from the bushes, waiting for a gank.
But as you can see right now, another wraparound from Joby here. Not really going to be seeing too much more going on in that mid lane, though, as everyone's just going to back. Everyone's just going to reset, get these waves on in. And here we go, back to base, back to the shop. And speaking of shop, Ape in that top lane has done quite a bit of early shopping. That is already a full-on Bomby's sender here. But we can see right here, right? Masuf looks for the in here, does not have the flash available, and walks up just a little bit too early, and does not quite get the E to land. And without that damage from the Stormcaller, it's just not going to be nearly enough to kill that Ornn.
I don't hate the idea, just the, yeah, like you mentioned, the auto is early. So you take the turret aggro before the shield drops through, kind of nukes your ability. Also, didn't have the second proc of the W, that just doesn't allow you to get that massive heal that makes Volibear such a 1v1 threat. So, bit of nerves maybe from Masuf. I still think it'll be relatively fine. Volibear, once you get this cheeky build down that we're going to see with the PTA, you could get out so much of your damage quickly with the, I believe it's the Flicker Blades combo with the Roa, is what we'll likely see, especially with the Ruby Crystal. It's one of the dumbest but most powerful 2-item power spikes I've seen in League of Legends.
Yeah, I mean, I've been abusing the hell out of that for quite a while at this point, and I gotta say, right, it's one of those builds that's just absolutely disgusting because you pick up the Roa and it's like, all right, well, you're fine if you're even in lane. And you pick up the Flicker Blades, and if you're down 3 kills, you might still just be winning that 1v1. Now, the big difference maker here, though, is understanding that if you are picking up a Rod of Ages into Flicker Blades, you're not going to be tanky enough for the team fights unless you're massively ahead, right? So right now, it's just going to be a matter of looking for those 1v1s, looking to keep this Ornn in the side lane. In the meantime, Flash Syndicate's just looking to take this first dragon. We are going to be seeing the objective trade in that top lane, though.
3 grubs for first dragon. When we'll see how that adaptation to the less tanky version of IDF will pay off. I see it, you know, as kind of a push and pull scenario. You know, having Joby build the Faded Ashes, likely going to rush the Liamdries, extra damage on the Udyr, and like you mentioned, the volley not being this drain tank, pure tank build rush is going to give him more damage and will actually make IDF more competitive in that mid game that we're worried about for them. It's just you're sacrificing the identity of your team fighting late game comp later on, as we're seeing some early dives coming across with the turn off of the turret with Masuf's ultimate. This dive's looking to go pretty well, but it's a triple knockup to make sure adaptable Ape trades one back once more. What a weak side chat on the Ornn right now.
Yeah, I mean, Adaptable Ape just playing so well on the Ornn, able to pick up as much gold and experience as possible. But in the end, the dive does come through. You get a kill over to Joby, and this full wave is going to be denied for Kami here. There's just no way that the Sivir can feasibly get up to this wave.
Oh, Kami now getting heralded by Conveyable Cub. Flash for flash. Kami drags the tree all the way under the tier 2 turret, but one turret shot short of a trade. Conveyable Cub makes Kami pay more than just a wave for his positioning.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you walk back and you say, all right, I'm safe. I'm way behind my tower here, but just the Valkyrie forward from Conveyable Cub, and it just does not look so great for the Sivir in the end there. But once again, right, it's a matter of seeing what exactly it is that Flash Syndicates can do with this composition come the mid game. As long as Iridescent Dawn Frozen can get past that point, it shouldn't be the absolute worst for them, but it is going to be a struggle until you can get to your points of power. The Sivir being set behind early is definitely not going to be boding well for them, especially with how strong the Corki will get off of that Triforce power spike.
Corki very notably subscribing to the Triforce Moramana path that a couple of champions, League of Legends, play for so viciously. I'm glad I was at least right on one of the calls. Hello, here comes that ult combo we're talking about. Between worlds into the darkness. And Teals didn't have a shot in the world again out of that. With Flash up, didn't matter. Expect that combo all game long for Flash Syndicate.
Oh, yeah. I mean, turn the lights off, stick someone in a box, and it's just very difficult to actually find your way out of that one. But in the meantime, it's just seemingly coming up all over the map for the Flash Syndicates here. And Iridescent Dawn Frozen just don't seem to have a way past this. But big trades in the top lane.
Adaptable Ape likes his odds against Masuf, who's tired of the disrespect. Big heal comes across, but the Bramble stacks for Adaptable Ape. This is not a weak side Ornn. This is a winning lane Ornn. So we have an engage in the bot side as well on the hunt pop for Kami, trying to speed up Ivy Godly. They're going to single out Bento, try to get that lethal tempo going. He's going to use that twisted advance skip forward by Beyond Godly. Flashes for a headbutt, knockback. The alley sec. Will it get Kami to kill? One more swing of the axe will find it, and Kami gets right into range at the last second to earn the kill that Beyond Godly desperately got for IDF.
Yeah, and it was so unbelievably close for Bento to actually walk on out of there. But in the end, Kami just barely gets in range, gets that last auto, and gets that influx of gold desperately needed on this server, desperately needed for this team, especially when your top side counter pick Volibear is just not working out the way that you want it to, right? I mean, especially on a build that's completely indexed for the 1v1, this volley needs to have more power behind it, needs to have more threat behind it in order to keep the Ornn in that top side. But in the meantime, we're seeing more than just an Ornn. We are seeing the bot lane swap all the way over to this top lane, try to pick up as many plates as possible.
Talk all the time about the big moments in these series. Draft is one thing, but mid-game adjustments, such a big factor, in my opinion. And you just saw the Flash Syndicate go for a very powerful one, trying to shut down Masuf's scale as much as possible. They'll now try and play for these grubs. First three went over to IDF. Bull supports nearby. Got a traditional 3v3, but keep an eye on Kami, who is nearby. First one secured, going over to IDF. Flash committed, twisted advance going through, and there is the paranoia between worlds combo. It's Teals once again feeling like he's on Groundhog Day, dying the exact same way. Kami trying to turn the fight back with the Sivir damage, but not important. Able to kill off Beyond Godly. A lot of low health bars for Flash Syndicate. They'll have to give away the last two grubs, likely, unless there's a steal for coming across from Conveyable Cub. Now Bento going to re-engage on Kami, who does spell shield at first, and now the turn's coming across. Joby trying to use the ultimate to set up Kami to carry through, has the barrier, has the damage to wipe out the fight. It's only Terry to limp away. 3 kills claimed by Kami Sivir.
3 kills for Kami Sivir right by the grubs there. I know Def just retired, but it seems like we're still seeing some shades of them come on out in some of these players here. But right now, a huge amount of gold to IDF here, and I cannot believe that they managed to find a way to come out on top of that. You did not manage to pick up the 5th Void Grub, but 4 Void Grubs still incredibly important for Iridescent Dawn Frozen. And on top of that, Masu finding a way how to not only win out on that 1v1 in the bot lane, but make sure to get the dragon on top of that. And Iridescent Dawn find their way back into the game as far as the neutral objectives are concerned, and the gold lead has diminished immensely.
Certainly has. Down to just a couple of hundred. As you're starting to see new lane assignments come across. Pretty even split on the neutral objectives. One advantage, like you mentioned there, Anti. One grub going to be available to IDF as this game goes on. But outside of that, we've split early drakes. And we're splitting gold as narrowly as we can in a game that matters so much for tempo in the marathon that is a best-of-5 series.
Yeah, I mean, game number 1, there's a lot of different ways how to view a 5-game series where it's a matter of figuring out, all right, well, do we just take game number 1 as our information game? Do we just take game number 1 as the game where we just take all our comfort picks and just throw everything in the kitchen sink at the enemy team? But right now, I do think that these teams are just kind of feeling each other out, just trying to figure out, all right, well, what can we do? What can we push? What works? What doesn't? What do we need to change? And right now, I do think that they need a little bit of extra power coming in from their mid lane mage, right? It's so difficult for the Vex to actually get anything going. There is a lot of focus on making sure that the Vex doesn't have a chance to succeed for the side of Flash Syndicates. Meanwhile, on the other side, you know, Terry having a pretty bang up job with that Aurora, just constantly getting the ultis in the right position. And to be fair, when the lights are off, it's pretty easy to put people in a little box.
Definitely is. And I think you made a great point there, Anti. The fact that IDF have gotten to this point, this close in the gold, virtually playing 4v5. There hasn't even been a Teal's Shadow Surge yet utilized, and it's not necessarily Teal's fault, given the game plan for a Flash Syndicate. And that old combination is up and available once more with the Rift Herald spawning. Everybody coming over except Massive does have teleport, but 5 members showing for Flash Syndicates towards the top side of the map. They really want to get this Rift Herald to try and knock down a turret.
Yeah, they definitely want to here. You can see that both of the, the mid lane and jungle for Flash Syndicates are committed over to that. And there's no contest whatsoever for the side of Iridescent Dawn. But in the end, towers going down very big for Iridescent Dawn. Who cares about the Herald when you can just take the entire tower?
That one grub allowed Massive to get the first turret. Is very low in the trade with Adaptable 8, but he's got friends this time. 3 versus 1, and the Ornn, desperately trying to cover first turret gold, is going to end up giving over a lot more gold, and they're going to gift it over to Massive to try and get this Volibear back accelerated to a normal stance.
Yeah, I mean, Massive employing one of my favorite controversial strategies, also known as the investment banking strat. Just give over a bunch of gold early to your enemy laner and pick it up later when it matters a little bit more. But right now, it's a question as to how much closer is Massive to that Flicker Blades. That's at the very least a Zeal and a Dagger. So that's halfway there to those Flicker Blades for Massive, and it's going to be pretty dang difficult to deal with this Volibear in a side lane for the Ornn. I mean, that's already a decent bit of magic resist picked up by the Ornn. Also trying to pick up as much armor as possible to try to at least mitigate a little bit of that Volibear's damage on that W, but it's just unbelievably difficult to itemize against this champion for the 1v1 in a side lane. At this point, Adaptable Ape is not going to have the opportunity to do much more, but oh, who cares about that?
All right. Paranoia between worlds did not result in a kill this time. They're able to keep Teal safe, but IB Ungodly re-engages to try to hold off the flank. Massive understands that they're all cornered down here and tries to at least kill off not important. Adaptable Ape's going to teleport in here just to guarantee nobody dies, but the ranks of IDF, 3 kills picked up off that masterful around between worlds Paranoia combination we know so well.
I mean, it looked like the map was slowing down everywhere, but
Oh my
okay,
god.
who cares about analysis?
This is an 80 carry lesson for all you at home. Do not get in melee range of an Ornn, and Kami's learning the hard way, but unfortunately for Adaptable Ape, he runs out of cooldowns, runs out of distance as he gets further and further away from Kami, and he has to meet Joby in a 1v1. Adaptable Ape very strong. They're going to flash back forward. Big stun from Joby. Kami is still up and firing, stepping forward with no HP, and that is an easy shutdown for Bento to claim. Gives that gold over to IDF. Not important. Able to stay safe as well. It's only Bento in a precarious spot, but with the rest of the ranks showing up for Flash Syndicates, they're looking to push the tempo. Teals having to flash away as Terry tries to get a bit of extra damage back over. But the one pick is alone enough for Flash Syndicates to set themselves up for a second Drake.
Yeah, it's just a step too far for Iridescent Dawn, and once again, it looked so good for a while until the game just absolutely explodes. It's one slip up, one extra step, and one big punish for the side of Flash Syndicate's second dragon gonna get picked up here, and the dragon stacking is denied, and here comes yet another fight in that mid lane.
Bloodbath out here. The battle lines are really drawn between these two mid lanes, and it's hard not to see why. As you get into this stage of any game of League of Legends, it becomes so important to knock down that mid-tier one to try and open the map up more for either one of these sides, but especially the team that's playing the Nocturne comp.
Yeah, definitely important objective for both of these teams. And the more of the map that you have the ability to control, the more of the map that you're actually able to make use of, the stronger and stronger that the paranoia gets, right? You're going to be able to walk into the enemy jungle, deny as much vision as possible, and then the moment that you see Iridescent Dawn walk into their own jungle and say, all right, well, we want to be able to set things up so we can see, you turn the lights back off and you say, nope, you absolutely are not allowed to do that. But very crucially, Kami now with those Navori Flicker Blades on the Sivir has wave clear galore. It will take an absolute army to stop this Sivir from wave clearing every single wave immediately. So right now, they've managed to get to the point where it's much easier for them to slow down the pace of the game to the exact position that they want it to. So Flash Syndicates need to make use of their Herald. They need to make use of their power spikes. They need to make use of their ultimates the moment they're back up if they want to be able to push this lead.
Great point made there by you, Anti, is that Sivir, as boring as people want to call her comp, she does the little things a lot of AD carries don't like doing very well, including wave clear and self-peel protection. This is a classic wet noodle fight going on in the top side between two tanks with too many tanky items. Both use the ultimates to show they are really down to clown here. Somebody's going to drop, and it's looking like Adaptable Ape because Masuf just heals too damn much, has too big of a shield off his own kit, and this is why the PTA Volibear is a threat in your solo queue games. You saw it right there in the Vanquisher League. Lights going off, though. Expecting a non-important ultimate somewhere, but we're not seeing it. Maybe just used to try and delay for that mid lane turret take, but there we finally found why, and it's Teals' sweet revenge does not fall to that Between Worlds paranoia combination and actually ends up killing off non-important for their first kill of the game.
Yeah, certainly going to be feeling cathartic there on the Vex, finally getting a chance to really play the game. In the meantime, Masuf has been very much playing the PvE. Structures going down, and build mode going to be turned right back off as Flash Syndicates say, hey, we haven't been doing that for a few years. But either way, Kami once again going to be looking to take down yet another structure in that mid lane.
I just feel so comfortable with both summoners up, has that spell shield available if they actually get in a pretty big pinch, and is using it to its fullest expectations. Maybe priming for some sort of fight. Able to come not with a ton of mana, and Terry without Between Worlds, but it's just going to be another wave shoved down the throats of Flash Syndicates courtesy of the Sivir.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, the constant pushes, the constant wave clear coming in from Kami Sivir create quite a bit of pressure, especially because Masuf in that side lane is just absolutely uncontestable in the 1v1, right? The Volibear with those Flicker Blades, with that Rod of Ages, is able to just do so much. And we said it once, we've seen it more than once. Flash Syndicates need to be sending more than just the Ornn to deal with this Volibear. The Volibear just does so much damage. It's incredibly hard to itemize against, and the tower-taking capabilities of this champion are not to be understated.
a critical juncture in this game, especially for Flash Syndicates. They really have to find great uses of these paranoias going forward. It was great. It was fantastic even in the first couple of minutes when those ultimates came online. The last couple have been rough, and like you pointed out, Anti, the side lane threat is becoming even bigger of a problem, and it's not like you can really ever punish Cammy, who's been really good at positioning, and with Sivir's kit, just never feels threatened by any real push down this mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, no matter how many of these minions you push in towards the Sivir, she's just going to eat those ones right back up and say, all right, you know, thanks for the meal. I'm going to be picking up a little bit more gold for myself here. But now with the dragon coming up in less than 30 seconds, the big question is who's going to be picking up Soul Point? Moving on in as Flash Syndicates are able to take control of the river, the Rift Sculler vision just slowly dwindling away.
We see Masuf off to the side, manually moving over for this fight here. Has teleport available. Here's the Paranoia Between Worlds combo once again, but this time it's on to Kami, and it lands a dagger into the hearts of IDF. They're going to teleport both top laners in, but how does the Frozen comp look without their Sivir? Shadow Surge through. Here comes Steels trying to get a big-time fear. Masuf trying to mark a flank opponent. Does knock down, not important. Drops the Stormbringer onto the backside. Terry trying to kite back as well, and it looks like without the Sivir, IDF absolutely crumbles. Shutdown is going to come across as one fleeting kill for Masuf, but Terry is still untouched. How much healing can this Volibear do? Masuf went from the early game doomer to nearly the late game bloomer, but Flash Syndicates find their ace off their pick comp of dreams.
Yeah, but in the end, the fertilizer going to get cut off, no more sunlight available, and no blooms tonight. The Volibear going to wither away towards the very end of that fight, but this fight started off with Kami getting completely blown up here, as we're seeing in the replay. Masuf just not able to join the fight until much later on there, and Teals comes on in with the ultimate, able to get quite a bit of AoE damage off, but not enough to get those needed resets on the Vex here. In the meantime, Masuf on the Volibear does quite a bit of damage, as we see, but who cares about that previous fight? We're getting another one on top of it.
We're getting crazy in the Dragon Pit. Looks like Not Important was able to secure Soul Point for Flash Syndicates. That might have cost them. Kami's the only one to die, though. They still have 5 strong. Teleport coming in for Terry as well. Bento far too low, but there's the Between Worlds combination. One shutdown will come across. Terry is untouched, but Masuf somehow earns a 1v1 with Terry off to the side, and Joby on this tanky Feel the Burn Udyr is in a 1v2 of his own, but despite the odds, it's both Flash Syndicates fights turning out on top. Terry wins, and they don't even lose Adaptable Ape to the power of Joby.
Yeah, Masuf just each time gets so close to taking down Terry, just misses out on the 50-50 of where exactly it is that the Aurora is going when Terry does go invisible there. And a big thing about it, right, is the Volibear just lacks magic resist right now. Everyone else just has a struggle with killing the volley, but Terry's the one person who really manages to do it. But we watch this fight one more time. The Soul Point does go over to the side of the Flash Syndicates, but right now, despite all of that AoE opportunities, despite all of that AoE damage, it's still going to be the Paranoia just taking the entirety of Iridescent Dawn out of that fight, just reducing their ability to play together as a team as needed. And without the Sivir, without Kami in the rings, it's so unbelievably difficult for them to win out in these fights.
Glad you pointed out, because that is a super, pun intended here, important use of Paranoia from Not Important. Not necessarily using it to be aggressive, but recognizing his team was on the back foot. A lot of low health bars. We're in the brink of getting really ran in those broken up skirmishes, but you turn off the lights and you just break out all the communication, all the synergy of the 4 stack from IDF, and really ends up saving them in that one, as Flash Syndicates are just playing full momentum here. And we saw this in the early game, but this time with more damage in the kit, Teals just doesn't have a shot in the world. Executed with ease. Vable Cup picks that kill up, and now Flash Syndicates feel confident enough to just barrel down onto Baron Nashor.
Yeah, Ornhorn doesn't land, but when Paranoia's also active, you cannot dodge a point-and-click ability. So in the end, it doesn't really seem to work out for the Flash Syndicates in... Oh, hold on.
They're going for a push here. They know that they have Volibear around the side lanes. Between Worlds used by Terry just to kind of zone off Cammy and company. Masuf roams over. And IDF able to accomplish the goal of shutting down the Baron despite being a single member down.
Yeah, but once again, you know, Iridescent Dawn, they have the ability to really zone off the Flash Syndicates as long as their Sivir is up. It really doesn't matter if Masuf is there. It doesn't matter if Teals is there. What really matters is the Sivir alive? Can she free hit? Can she do damage to us? Because while the other champions are scary, none are as scary as a Sivir on 3 items.
Only thing that might be scarier is a 3-item Corki with Ornn augmentation. So there's something important to point out here. Adaptable Ape is level 16, so it's upgraded the Liamdries. And interestingly, the Moramana, I would be curious to hear the tech behind this, because I would assume with the new Ornn adaptations, just 1,000 gold worth of stats, you'd want it on the Triforce. But the Moramana was the pick, it seems, for Conveyable Cup.
I mean, in the end, I guess you get a little bit of extra mana or some raw AD. It's not something that you really hate, but yeah, that's rough. Welcome to Ornn, baby. If Ornn manages to get on top of you, the only thing that you've got coming for you is tons and tons of damage. Tank, by the way, right? Triple Brittle Puck is doing so much here, and Masuf not gonna have much of a chance to do much
here comes Joby. He might not have vision, but he knows where the fight is happening. Masuf able to alleviate the first 1 versus 4, and he goes in for the execute, just rips Terry to pieces. And now you've got Kami Nabi on Godly here. IDF find the fight turn that they need. There's no paranoia, there's no between worlds, there's no gas left in the tank for Flash Syndicate unless it's Conveyable Cub just throwing out rockets from off to the side. And now Joby has to think twice about re-engaging. Wave there and present. Kami wanted to step up. Flashes galore. Throws a big Q out. Doesn't find any of those kills, but they at least section off Adaptable Ape and find that shutdown to give a slight edge over to the Frozen Squad.
Yeah, and it was looking completely doomed for Masuf at the very beginning of that, with the paranoia activated, with just so many members of Flash Syndicates coming on over. But in the end, it is the entirety of Iridescent Dawn Frozen collapsing on in, saying, hey, this is our top laner, this is our teddy bear, get your hands off of him. And they're going to be able to avenge their Volibear and take down the purple worm as repayment.
But look at the cost here, Anti. Right on spawn was that Hextech Drake, and because Not Important was able to secure that contested 4th one, and the Baron take was a bit too slow, our Flash Syndicate's actually on the better side of this trade. Sure, they lose Nash, but they have Hextech Soul. It's looking like Teals is trying to make sure there's a bit more of a cost, but between Worlds Dash, Terry just gets on out of there. And Terry, hope you enjoyed that iteration of your ultimate, because that's not going to be around much longer.
Yeah, I mean, if there's anything that Aurora in her current state is able to do well, it's not dying, right? I mean, the champions just find so many ways how to get out of those sticky situations. And Terry, a very strong player in his own right, finding ways out of so many of these sticky situations. Of the least deaths in the game, sitting at only a single one. Speaking of which, right, Conveyable Cub on that Corki has very quietly been building up to a ridiculous stat line, 10, 2, and 8 now on the Corki, just doing so much damage, still building up into what I believe is certainly an Infinity Edge here for that 4th item. And the Corki has been quite a big source of damage in these fights. We saw that Masuf was not really taking enough damage to be scared in a lot of those earlier fights until the Corki could actually get those autos off, could actually get the continued DPS going. But once again, Hextech Soul, a huge boon to the team for Flash Syndicate. So the question is whether or not Iridescent Dawn can push this Baron to the limit.
Who's really playing the pick comp now, Anti? Because Not Important learned the hard way that it's IDF this time round. Find that kill despite the paranoia going down. That turret already pretty low health. They should be able to just burn through the tier 2 and continue their assault forward with the Baron buff they earned. All 4 members of Flash Syndicate going to hover and make sure they don't lose any more than that last tier 2 outside turret.
Yeah, and right now, Iridescent Dawn just trying to figure out a way how to actually sync up these these minion waves, actually get these turrets destroyed, and actually get everyone into the right position here, as the Alistar are just going to continue to try to make sure that there isn't any real engaged threats towards the side of the Iridescent Dawn squad. But right now, it's just a matter of turning this Baron into a full-on gold lead, right? Is a decent size gold lead, about 4,000 gold for the side of Iridescent Dawn right now. But when you take into account the soul, when you take into account the ornaments, honestly, without the Baron, I would argue that Flash Syndicates have themselves a stronger position.
I'm with you. I'm with you wholeheartedly. It's the unsung hero outside of the gold graph here. Especially with ornaments now live on every member, but not important. Is important to point out that this is the stage of the game where Nocturne usage becomes a lot more perplexing. And I hope not important learn from the Masuf gank that you have to subscribe to the rule. There's only 2 ult targets on the side of IDF. Anywhere else, and I think you're trying to throw. Not yeah, I mean, jokingly, I say.
2 ult targets is one way to put it. But when it comes to the Iridescent Dawn squad, I will also note, right, Teals has picked up a Seeker's Arm Guard, so that 2 targets has really shrunk to 1.5. You have to be very careful about that Zhonya's timing, that stasis, very, very powerful into that Nocturne ultimate. And remember, with the Alistar on top of that, you cannot spell shield the Alistar WQ combo, because it properly buffers it in a way that the W and the Q both do land. So the knock-up is a guarantee here. One of the better champions at dealing with a Nocturne engage.
Especially this late into the game where Nocturne's damage is not reliable, and you can tell the non-important is itemizing differently, recognizing there's no point in indexing into a ton more damage because I need to be able to survive my engage. Speaking of engage, Adaptable Ape, we talked about the Battle Ornn. Battle Ornn is 1 versus 4. Lights are going to go out, but the Ornn is down. Between Worlds drop through from Terry, trying to get on the back line. Immediately goes into stasis. They're trying to get to Cammy, but this time Cammy kites it out. Down goes Terry. I spoke too soon. Terry actually finds the trade kill. Masuf's trying to hold the other members at bay. Flashes to kill off Conveyable Cub, but he kites back to safety. Terry trying to step up as well. Excuse me, that is Teals trying to step up. It's Bento that has to relinquish position, and IDF, despite losing Cammy, are running wild in the Flash Syndicate's base.
Yeah, and so much of that was off the back of Masuf, just able to walk up aggro tank for such a long time, barely able to survive and able to take out the Corki on top of it. This Volibear was picked so early on, literally the first champion picked for the side of IDF here. And I said that Masuf's Volibear was one of the most consistent picks going into playoffs, and man, is it showing, right? The Ornn getting zeroed out very early on, the lights turned off, the Nature's Grasp's going to go over everyone, and so will the Between Worlds, but no amount of R button is going to stop you from having to deal with a bear on your Yordle. And watch this, the flash over, the heal from the empowered W, and Masuf barely able to survive, taking out the most fed member of the Flash Syndicates, and in the end it turns into the full tower, the full inhib, and the full momentum shift for this game.
And here we go, could be the game here on this fight with how late we're into it. It's another defensive paranoia from not important. Adaptable Ape looking for a big set of knockups, but he misses the Ornn Horde. But Terry's damage with Conveyable Cub burns through at first, but it's the hero of the game, Masuf, to step up with an instant quadra kill. What a hero from 0-2, and he's looking to find a penta in game number 1. It's slowly taking time with Adaptable Ape having all tank items, but don't rest assured, here is your game 1 penta kill for Masuf to call game for Iridescent Dawn Frozen as he finally hunts it down and claims it.
And run from it, dread it. The bear comes for you all the same. Masuf's blind pick, essentially first pick red side Volibear, absolutely going to town here. We said it was the most consistent pick for the player going into the playoffs, and if this is what consistency looks like, things are boding well for IDF here. And game number one surely going to be going over straight to them.
What a gauntlet. You talk about the importance of game number ones, the tempo they can bring, the information they can bring. Well, I've got some info for you. Start banning Volibear. Masuf might have just single-handedly won his team the game with the power of this Volibear pick, and nothing illustrated more than those last two fights.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing to say except Volibear is broken, but so is Masuf. Just finding so many ways to get on top of that Corki, so many ways to output that damage from the volley onto the most important members of the Flash Syndicates here. And Iridescent Dawn Frozen gonna be taking game number one in what looked like an absolutely doom start for the volley, turning into a full-on pentakill carry performance at the end.
Yeah, you know, Anti, you said before we got on here that we talked about, like, there's no, like, super overpowered picks that feel like they break games. I think we were wrong. I think this Volibear is just complete disgust. I mean, 1,000 HP heals to pentakills. What can't this champion do right now?
Yeah,
in the hands of Basu,
die, apparently.
Oh, man. Well, you can see the gold graph. This one was certainly a contest on multiple fronts, but you could tell exactly when the full build Volibear kicked in. You could tell exactly when Iridescent Dawn Frozen were able to grab themselves a game one win. Now we will go to the next set of games, the next draft. Game number 2 coming to your guys' way soon. We'll see what side selection looks like for the Flash Syndicate side as they try to even the odds in the marathon gauntlet that is our first best of 5 of the Vanquisher League playoffs. We'll see you guys for that second draft in a short few.
one time from side to side. Without you by my side, my side, my side. Without you by my side. One time from side to side. Peekaboo, I see you, peekaboo, I see you. Looking at me, looking at you. Hold up, where you going? What you doing? Who you seeing? What you need? What you want? I said, without you by my side, my side, my side. Without you by my side. One time from side to side. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. One time from side to side.
we've taken our first step of many towards finding ourselves a top 8 position player from our matchup. Flash Syndicates versus Iridescent Dawn Frozen. Game 1 was the Masuf show, but there's a lot more chapters to be told in this one, especially now, Anti, we know the Flash Syndicates have decided to swap towards that red side, potentially for the aspirations to counterpick said Masuf in a top lane matchup this time, instead of the other way around.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested in seeing exactly how that works out, right? If anything, what Game 1 showed us was not necessarily what champions or whatever are the most broken, but more that Masuf is the main character, right? It's not a matter of whether or not you set this guy behind early on. It's a matter of the game is going to revolve around this player, whether you like it or not, right? That Volibear pick going down 2-3 kills early on, and then in the end still managed to find a way to carry, still managed to find a way to get a pentakill out of all that, still managed to get on top of Conveyable Cub again and again and again here. And if I'm going to be completely honest with you, Slayer, while I do agree Volibear, ridiculous champion, should not be seen again outside of the ban phase of this series, I do think that Masuf getting on top of Conveyable Cub that many times, that consistently, is telling of either Conveyable Cub walking out of position a little bit too much, a little too often, or Masuf just finding the right angles to get on in each and every time.
We talked about compositional synergy and our issues with both of these drafts that you're seeing on your screen now. I know I really hampered on Nuffies in that mid lane, just kidding. Teals in that mid lane, playing on the Vex. We saw it really didn't work out with the style that the rest of Iridescent Dawn Frozen wanted to play, but the other side that we really saw play out for Flash Syndicate is because you're playing this Aurora Nocturne dive backline dive comp with these two tanks in the Ornn and the Maokai, you really saw those two players really get confused in a lot of their assignments, because we saw Adaptable Ape, he was playing that combat Ornn, right? He most of the time wanted to go forward, play proactively to try and pick off people like Kami, but you're then leaving really only Maokai to try and guard Conveyable Cub when you really needed that Ornn to play back. And it's just, you know, the very small things when it comes to your draft that can really be exposed once you get onto the Rift, especially in those team fights. And I really think that was the problem more so than Conveyable Cub mispositioning, because we saw a lot of those fights where Conveyable Cub's positioning was precisely on point to make sure, you know, a bad Paranoia would end up working out, or a not great synergy between the Between Worlds and the Paranoia not working out. Conveyable Cub, what was he, like 10-2-7 at one point on this, Corky?
Yeah, I mean, I think there was one point where Conveyable Cub just had a ridiculous scoreline, but one other thing to note, right, is while we have been seeing Masuf's praises, it's not just a one-man show. It is the team rallying behind this Volibear, right? The AoE knockups, the AoE fears coming on in from Ibeon Godly and Teals, you know, definitely allow the Volibear to get a little bit on further. Having a dive buddy in Joby also helps out. And on top of that, the hunt certainly not going to be something that you completely disregard coming in from Kami, just always able to get a little bit of extra move speed, which when you got a bear charging you at 40 plus miles an hour, right, a little bit of percentage move speed on top of that is not an insignificant thing to think about.
Without a doubt. But I still agree, there should be no world where a Volibear can get the second proc of W off onto an AD carry in a team fight. Game 1, though, I like how you described it, Anti. A lot of people like to call it the momentum game, but I think for a lot of teams, it is the information gain, especially when you're talking about two teams that never played each other, because there really isn't any cross-group matches being played in the Vanquisher League. So this is the first real look outside of maybe some VOD reviews or studying on teams that these two squads have gotten of each other. And now is where Flash Syndicates can show that they are learning and adapting as we get into that game number 2 draft where they markedly selected the red side.
Yeah, and right now, what we did see in that last game was 4 jungle bans immediately right off the bat, and then 1 ban to an AD carry, 1 ban to, I believe, a mid laner, if I remember correctly. I'd have to go back and check that. But Aurora gonna get taken off the table by Iridescent Dawn Frozen, saying, hey, we understand that it was the Nocturne Aurora combo that made so much of Kami's life a living hell in that last game, so why don't we just take it away, make things easier for us? Meanwhile, on the other side, Flash Syndicate's going to do the very simple decision of saying, yeah, we don't want to play against Volibear again, please no. And the target bans to those picks going to be coming on out, the Udyr on top of that as well. Meanwhile, Iridescent Dawn Frozen only changing up 1 of those bans. The Ashe now available, they might just take it on that first pick now.
Instead, they'll go for the Hui, which they were banning away on their red side because they were afraid of this threat in the exact mirrored scenario. So Hui, flexible in the current meta, but as you called anti, expected a B1 Ashe. Well, we'll take an R1 Ashe, giving up the Hui. A lot of power picks that we saw banned away from game number 1, showing up in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, you know, these picks might not necessarily be the same types of picks that we saw in that first game, but they have so much utility, so much team fight presence, right? Regardless of whether or not you're in the thick of things or you're firing from super far away, both of these champions, ones that you cannot be sleeping on. Speaking of which, Mundo gonna be picked up very early on. That is almost certainly gonna be going over to Masuf. It's very rare to see a Mundo jungle nowadays. I doubt that's going to be going over to Joby. And don't get me wrong, I do love me some Varus here, but don't think that everything is super locked in just yet, because we might still be getting the crazy Hui support, right? We might be seeing a few different changes here and there, but in the meantime, Flash Syndicate say, all right, well, I don't know what you're picking, I don't know what your roles are, but what if I just take what you have and make it mine?
Yeah, why don't I just take away what I know you haven't selected? Because I'm in agreement with you, Anti. Mundo not likely to go into the jungle, especially knowing Masuf's playstyle. If you want to get close to the annoyance of a drain tank Volibear that can heal in the middle of 4 people, why don't you just play Mundo when he pops maximum dosage and heals just about the same way while being just about the same amount of a nuisance with a little less damage. So they'll just take away the Kingdred in the jungle, and then they will throw a support ban that way, likely signaling this could be Teals, or at least in the mind of Flash Syndicate, Teals on the way.
Likely going to be Teals on the way, and there's another one of those point and click lockdown supports going to get picked up here. We might be seeing a Rel in response from Iridescent Dawn. We might also be seeing a Milio. You know, it's just a matter of what the teams really prioritize. There's that Rel that we were just talking about here, and to round out the composition, the jungle pick, a big one. I would be expecting to see a disengage jungler here, or a Sejuani. Oh, wow. Okay. That is not what I anticipated whatsoever. Joby gonna be picking up the Talia, a huge damage point here, but also meaning you have 1 tank for the team, 1 frontliner, and with a Mordekaiser now picked up for Flash Syndicate, no you don't.
No, you don't indeed. Now you have another rough lane for Masuf on the Mundo. This is exactly what we were particularly thinking Flash Syndicate's idea with the red side is they want to try and give their top laner, Adaptable Ape, a matchup where he can win. And marginally, it's important to point out, Adaptable Ape, he won the matchup, actually, I would say, in lane on the combat Olaf. So giving him an actual champion that's expected to win their lane could be even more beneficial, because let me tell you, Mordekaiser is the complete antithesis of how Mundo wants to play.
Oh yeah, I mean, the whole thing about Mordekaiser is saying, all right, well, you want to go where you want to go. I want you to stay in the death realm. 1v1 me, bro. Do not leave. Do not pass go. Do not walk backwards and heal absolutely everything, whether or not you have the Warmogs fully completed. But in the end, the big thing that Mundo has as a strength is the ability to constantly whittle away at his opponent's resources, whether that be the mana pool, whether that be the health bar, and find ways how to get back into lane, clear out the wave, and start belting down those towers. Mordekaiser doesn't care about that. not a resource champion, also has ways how to heal off the wave, more than willing to go toe-to-toe with the Mundo. So I love this pick in response from Flash Syndicate. A lot of the times, you see teams see a Mundo, they don't really have an answer, and the first two thoughts that go through my head is, all right, well, why don't you pick, Mordekaiser, Fiora, right? There's a lot of champions that can deal with it, but if you're not prepared, then don't pick it up. But I'm almost certain that Flash Syndicates are prepared with this counter pick, and that's enough talking about Masuf. The thing that I really want to talk about is what these teams want to accomplish.
I really think I do want to give credit to Flash Syndicate when talking about that, because we thought the Renata ban was more so because they thought, hey, the Hui's going mid lane, but Renata would have just countered their entire comp, actually, because they are really just looking to barrel through front to back. They have some pick potential for the mid game. I like this sort of bridge composition. You've got winning lanes with how relentless Ashe could be in the early game. You got the Mordekaiser lead. Ahri doesn't need a win, and with winning lanes, Viego can farm up, and they could play for the pick potential and front to backing with a possession they need. And boy, do Flash Syndicates need it, because very few teams anywhere at this level survive an 0-2 fall, and they're looking to start out level 1 with getting the Flash out of Kami. About as good as a start as you can get besides claiming first blood.
Yeah, gonna be able to get the Flash, but on top of that, Terry's starting the charm, meaning that you're not going to be having that early push from the R. You are going to be getting that very early level 2 prio coming in from the Hui here. And ooh, pro comps really liking Iridescent Dawn's composition here. And honestly, one thing that I will have to say, right, I do like the amount of sheer poke, right, the amount of, we don't actually want to deal with you coming in from Iridescent Dawn. They say, all right, well, we have a frontliner to be a little bit scary, and the Mundo is going to be more than fine for being our sole frontliner. But if we don't have the Mundo, we can always just back off, just continue to fire off damage again and again, just continue to disengage and just poke people down until we can take these objectives for relatively free here. But in the end, it is just going to be a matter of who comes out on top to begin with.
I, like many people, oh my god, I was looking on the left side of the screen, this lovely graphic. The right side, that's the one way to punish the Flashless Varus. First blood over to Gavayable Cub.
Yeah, I mean, first blood, I believe, actually went over to Bento there, and that is a rough position to find yourself in at level 1, right? The all-in already doing so much work for the team here. In the meantime, Masuf struggling a little bit in this top lane, but that's just the Mordekaiser classic. Ashe and Nautilus, not really two champions that you expect to see go so aggressive at level 1, but once again, right, Ashe incredibly good at walking forward. Not so easy to walk away from that champion if she gets an in on you, and no flash on Kami means that it goes from not easy to downright impossible.
You're talking about impossibilities. I am a little wary of pro comps is great, because this IDF comp struggles in one particular fashion, which is reliable engage. And if they fall behind in some of these lanes that we favor the Flash Syndicate side of it, I fear they're not going to have a lot of ways to really try and navigate back besides preying on Flash Syndicate mistakes. For the time being, it's just a small first blood lead here for Flash Syndicate, but every lane that's winning and doesn't need more attention from Not Important really just grows this comp's power, because anytime you draft Viego, you are playing for him to be the main character.
Oh yeah, I mean, last time around it was Masuf as the main character. This time around, relatively not quiet in the top lane. Hold on.
Yeah, Masuf trying to heal off his W, and that's the power of Mordekaiser once he gets his passive going. It's all about who can land the cleaver or the Q first, as we do see Not Important able to go mid and force Teals his flash off. It looks like Terry was actually the one to do that, likely with a flash charm of his own.
Yeah, I mean, Ahri, one of those champions that just sets up so well for those 2v2s in the mid lane. But in the meantime, the jungler showing up towards this top side means that Masuf understands, all right, I can't be walking up here. I just need to be backing off. I need to be playing it safe. I don't want to put myself in the position where I'm actually at risk of being full on dove. But You know, Adaptable Ape right now just looking to try to push this lead as far as possible. Mordekaiser not a great champion at diving, much more of a DPS champion as far as the damage is concerned. All of that burst really does come from, hey, can you land a solo Q, which you really just need a very, very good placement on that ability if you actually want to land it against a competent player. But in the end, not really going to lead into too much more. The Mundo just going to look to survive for as long as possible until he can do more than just survive.
Anti, the call you made about Mordekaiser and lane is really bearing fruit, because this is why Mordekaiser can be so threatening even into tank matchups where you think the heal advantage would be on the Mundo side. You just constantly smack the waves over and over again, stack your W fully up, and then heal for a couple hundred health wave after wave. And you blink if you're Mastuf, and suddenly you are just nowhere near being able to trade with this Mordekaiser. When one fight ago, you each were one cleaver or one Q away from dying and finding a big kill.
Yeah, and now with both of these top laners going back to base, they're going to be picking up what they can in this matchup here. So we're getting a lot more damage coming in from Adaptable Ape here. Meanwhile, on the other side, Masuf is going to be building up towards what I believe is going to be a Warmog's rush, right? So much of the time, right, Mundo will pick up a Warmog's very early on, not because it's necessarily the strongest in terms of the 1v1, but because it changes his win condition in the lane. It says, all right, well, I don't actually need to beat you in an outright 1v1. I just need to be able to continue to poke you down. And even if I take a bad trade, I can just back off. I can heal up, regardless of whether or not you actually have enough of the full-on health to trigger the Warmog's passive. The stats itself, pretty dang nice. And so will the stats coming in from these Void Grubs.
Love the Adaptable Ape, and not important to recognize the lead top side is for Flash Syndicates to grab those first 3 grubs as well. Junglers without ultimates, but soul lanes are, and with one claw, Joby respect flashes, but that is traded right back as Adaptable Ape has to flash away from a seismic shove that could have met his own demise.
Yeah, no flashes for the jungler of Iridescent Dawn or Flash Syndicate's top laner here, but in the end, a relatively quiet game. We saw a lot more death and destruction early on in that last game, but I will say a lot of it was Masuf just kind of overstepping his boundaries that time. But this time, it is going to be the bot lane for Iridescent Dawn overstepping a bit.
Just a smidge. No ultimates online just yet. Maybe we'll see a big scrap come across once that is claimed on either side. Curious to see if Masuf will build that Warmogs for the logic you're thinking. Also, Mundo, big subscriber to the Heartsteel stacking. Could do the very same with that Giant's Belt, but will supersede the idea of being able to trade infinitely and then just heal to 3,000 HP after waiting by your turret for 5 seconds.
It's all about figuring out what it is that is your win condition in these lanes. I do think that in the Mordekaiser matchup specifically, going for the Warmogs early on is likely going to be doing you a lot better, because you're not winning that 1v1 even with that big Heartsteel stack proc. You're not necessarily going to be getting so many opportunities to proc that Heartsteel either, but in the end, the big question is, what exactly is it that Iridescent Dawn are looking to do in game number 2 here? Like, Flash Syndicates have, once again, a very solid composition for skirmishing. They have very good point-and-click buttons, but point-and-click coming in from IDF not going to be able to do too much for them.
Yeah, this is what I was mentioning, Anti, is that it's not point and click engage. It is skill shot based, the chains of corruption, seismic shoves, these Hui fears and roots, really skill dependent. And you can see exactly what IDF wanted to go for there, hoping to get a kill in the bot lane with their ults and able to play for that dragon. But chains of corruption whiffs, the mana is run out for Kami, and now you have not important in a unique position with Pryo if he wants to play for that dragon and grubs all going to the side of Flash Syndicate in the early window, but instead, looks like he'll just take a reset.
Yeah, just going to reset, go on back over there. In the meantime, top lane, once again, just a matter of, wet noodle fights, right? Just these two champions, once again, just duking it out, hitting each other again and again. And one thing I will note, Adaptable Ape is very, very close to finishing that first item. Very close to finishing up that kill, but more specifically, very close to finishing up that Rylai's Crystal Scepter, which turns this full-on matchup from a solid matchup for the Mordekaiser to Mundo can no longer contest you.
There is a window now for Joby to pay mine towards the top side. The another problem with Mordekaiser is it's really hard to gank him because he can just force a 1v1 that he is going to be in advantage with. But it seems like bottom lane is where the real story is coming across. We are forcing ults. IB Ungodly really want to get Conveyable Cup out of the way. Will with the flash. They're going to come back through just to slow up the rel as Joby and company with a new set of Chains of Corruption will lock down and kill off Bento for IDF's first kill of game 2.
And Iridescent Dawn Frozen managing to cover every single possible angle there. The Weaver's Wall gonna cut off a lot of the ways that Bento had to get out. The Corrupted Chains just finding ways to make sure that the Nautilus was fully locked up, even with that ability to hook shot on out there. But on top of that, even with the dredge line not working out for Bento, the flash also getting covered by that seismic shove placement. So it's just lights out for the Nautilus, and that kill gonna get traded back over to IDF. What the hell, Masuf?
Perfectly demonstrates how Mundo's K can be really annoying. Autos a minion down low enough for his E to get the knockback for extra damage. Cleaver to the face and a grass proc is more than enough for Masuf to take over top lane. It's bot side. We have Bento's Revenge. Dives for Kami. The Ignite should find the kill. Even though the dive was a bit wary, Bento, once again, the subscriber of the only kills for Flash Syndicate on that support role. But he might be looking to make sure Conveyable Cub gets his second one here. I thought he was thinking about a dive. I misspoke. They just want plates.
Yeah, I guess plates are just the name of the game right now. You're going to be able to pick up 2 plates, which, as far as they're concerned, honestly, worth quite a bit more than a kill onto the support here. But in the end, mid lane is volatile, top lane's volatile, bot lane's volatile. This entire game just going every which way, but Masuf getting closer and closer to that Warmog's, looking very strong on the Mundo. But now with the Rylai's Crystal Scepter finished on Ape, it's going to be very difficult for the Mundo to full-on contest. So like I was saying, right, I like this decision for the build tree for Masuf.
That's why they pay you the bucks for the analysis, and I just yell silly words while fights happen. So, and we're seeing a fight here. Adaptable Ape not going to commit the Death Realm just yet. Is the one edge that I think Mundo has with Mordekaiser as we continue to talk about these top laners. You get thrown in the Death Realm low, you kind of just pop maximum dosage, and there's no way for Adaptable Ape to burn through the health bar. Like you might see Bento's health bar get burned through if he doesn't commit a great flash. The turn comes out, the arrow into the hook comes down. IB Ungodly going to lock up with a Magnet Storm of his own. Another root going to land, but Bento far too low. And the rocks from Joby going to fall just short. Bento able to survive, but boy, do we see a lot of ultimates fly.
Yeah, Bento pulling out the metal umbrella to survive through that hail of arrows there. But in the end, there was so much that was thrown towards this Nautilus. I understand the Nautilus got the first blood, but man, is it a lot of damage just constantly being poured directly on top of this guy. But Dragon now going to be the one going down here. The very, very late first Dragon of the game, 13 minutes in, and we are not even close to figuring out what rift we're going to be getting here. So we know it's not going to be Hextech. We know it's not going to be Infernal. My money is on the Chemtech Soul, but I don't know, Slayer. How do you feel?
I just hope it's not Cloud. And I know Cloud hating is like the easiest thing to do in the world, but there isn't even like a saving grace for Cloud in this game. I mean, who really likes a Cloud Drake besides I'll supersede like Mordekaiser and Mundo maybe, and maybe Viego, but all the other ones are way more fun for the stakes of this game and this series.
Oh yeah.
As I'll remind everybody at home, this is the last series of the season for one of these two teams.
Yeah, the team that goes down here will be on the verge of breaking away from this entire league, right? I mean, well, okay, we're not like kicking them out of the league if they end up losing in playoffs, but that would be their last game of this season. if they do end up dropping down there. It is a best of 5, so right now the Iridescent Dawn Frozen squad has to make sure that they actually get 2 wins if they want to make that happen on the other side. Meanwhile, Flash Syndicates need to get 3 if they want to take their opponents out right now. But with how stable the game is going, it's all on a knife edge. It's all a matter of figuring out what goes on here. Adaptable Ape in trouble in the top lane, but we're seeing a dive opportunity in the bot lane as well.
Yep, the split map plays. Who's going to win this one? Spiraling Despair, slowing Adaptable Ape down. Severing Bolt. Hui's early game damage is enough with a cleaver to the back of the head from Adaptable Ape. 4 versus 2 dive on the bot side. How many kills can they claim cleanly? There's a 1-for-1. Turret aggro going to be dropped in a good possession and reclaimed, so they only end up losing Terry, but it's 2-for-1 and a turret for Flash Syndicate.
Yeah, 2-for-1 and first turret for Flash Syndicate there, as in the end, it is going to be the turret for turret trade, so I do think that Iridescent Dawn Frozen do find a way how to get out on top there, but as you can see right now, right, it is just a huge amount of damage directly onto that Mordekaiser early on, and now with the fully completed Warmogs on the Mundo, it's gonna be pretty difficult to fully contest this pick. But you can see right here, the Spiraling Despair comes on through, big damage from TES, but the cleaver in the end. But so good from the Rel there, as IB Ungodly with that multiple knock up, able to just lock up the team for just enough time that Terry does end up going to the tower. But credit where credit is due. Flash Syndicate did a very good job deciding, all right, well, you know what, we're just going to go for the cross map. We understand what's happening to our top laner, so we got to get something for it.
Oh, it's just Dive City in game number 2. Terry looking to be the next victim. 1 charge of Spirit Rush, good seismic shove. Terry cannot use that key ultimate to get out. It's TES to pick up the kill. Gets out of turret aggro just in the nick of time. Does Bento enough damage to try and trade out. TES not if he says, sayonara, sucker. Runs away, dodges out on enough damage and the arrow. But it's going to be a flash volley. The heal! TES completely baits Inconveyable Cub and makes him commit a key summoner for absolutely squat.
Oh my lord, TES just showing what he can do, just bringing up the shield at the last moment, gonna power shield that flash volley, but in the end, Conveyable Cub saw the opportunity for a kill, not quite gonna be able to get in. TES having a much better game for himself this time around there. Terry not so impactful on the Ahri in response, but you were saying, Slayer, that game number 2 is Dive City, but I mean, game number 1, we saw quite a few dives. It's just this time around, the dives are so much more potent.
Potent indeed. Also claiming some of these turrets. Gotta applaud IDF, though, with how proactive they've been able to be towards the bot side. And purely for recognizing that with this Varus building the way he is, he can get cheaper items for more economy. As we have a Weaver's Wall down, not important, cornered. Bento trying to play bodyguard. Joby not able to find the execute. Heartbreaker did have to be used over the wall, and it's the classic support paradise, dying so your carries don't.
Yeah, dying for the sins of your carry is the chosen opportunity here for the Flash Syndicate's support. But in the end, top lane going to be, once again, a disengage coming in from the Mundo. We're going to be seeing that a lot, right? With this Mundo pick, it's just going to be Masuf going in, getting a bit of damage off, maybe getting close to dying, and then walking back into lane at full health. And now, with Not Important coming in on that top side, this Mundo is surely in trouble.
Trying to heal as much as he can, but no maximum dosage, no Death Realm needed. And another key kill going over to Not Important, who is quietly now 2-0 on this Viego, who we talked about is ever so instrumental to the success of Flash Syndicate.
Oh yeah, I mean, Viego as a champion and Not Important as a player, very instrumental here, going to be able to pick up so many of these strong individual pieces of the team composition, able to get so many of these resets off in the fights, as long as you can lock one person down, and that's exactly why we love this Nautilus pick, right? As long as you can get Nautilus getting that depth charge directly onto someone, then you can turn that into a dredge line, you can turn that into a charm, you can turn that into an arrow, and most importantly, you can turn that into a reset for the Viego, which means that it's just damage on damage on damage, and oh lord, speaking of damage.
Beyond Godly going in with the full magnet crash down, and we have a jungler bout 1 versus 1, but the range prevailing for IDF, just like their comp demonstrated. Good flash from coming to make sure that Adaptable Ape cannot find the Death Realm onto him. Bento trade out, Terry looking for an angle in, but you lost all your damage dealers. Your comp is in shreds, and Joby is looking to capitalize, going all in to secure the kill onto Adaptable Ape, flashing the Champion Master, letting them know the Taliyah jungle is still potent when IDF are rocking it.
Yeah, and Iridescent Dawn Frozen taking over this game. The last game we saw Flash Syndicate just have themselves a very solid early gold lead, but weren't able to capitalize on that. This time around, the gold lead is going over to Iridescent Dawn, and they are showing their opponents this is what you do with a gold lead. 5,000 gold up 20 minutes into the game, but it's looking very difficult for Flash Syndicates, but a step too far for the Rel.
Oh, gifted a possession for Not Important, looking to really chain these together. Joby, the next threat. Another one coming through for Not Important. The root comes across, but not before the possession. He's going to Heartbreaker out to safety, but Not Important himself just cashed in about 1,500 gold, and now he's got the rest of the team with him, but a piercing arrow from downtown, and Cammy sends him to a gray screen. Adaptable Ape ults Masuf in the 1 versus 1 of the Death Realm. Dredgeline gonna land, though, on 2 Teals. They have the Hui locked through. Shut down for Gable Cub. It's cashing at the bank day for Flash Syndicates, but it's going to cost them as Cammy is just sniper get downing with these piercing arrows to at least make sure the kills are traded. And Cammy's not even done just yet. Knows that Adaptable Ape and Conveyable Cub are far than low enough. That's 3 kills with 3 piercing arrows for the IDF AD carry. And now we're back into that top lane brawl with these 2 pseudo tanks going blow for blow. But it's Adaptable Ape that seems to have the upper hand for now. Not enough health left on Masu. Flash over the crash down. The shield is so potent. Adaptable Ape has his kill. But now our next battle opponent steps up to bat. It's Adaptable Ape that's going to get thrown into the walls with a seismic shove, and Joby might finally cancel out a very elongated fight with nearly everybody dying at some point.
Yeah, the team fight that never ends as everyone gets a trip to the gray screen simulator at the very end of that one. But man, that was a ridiculous performance coming in from the Flash Syndicates as far as I'm concerned there, right? They were down so far at the beginning of that fight, 5,000 gold down, and yet they kept it very, very competitive the entire way through. The multiple resets coming in from Not Important, as a man said, all right, well, you know what, there's only so much I can do here, but if I can get 1 reset, I can get things going. And it started looking good for Flash Syndicates until the Iridescent Dawn managed to find their way back into things, and it just started going back and forth and back and forth, and the wallet gets continually passed between these 2 teams. And in the end, when all is said and done, blue side once again going to have the gold lead.
What really makes it difficult for Flash Syndicates, to kind of steal your point away from you, Anti, that you said earlier, if this IDF comp gets ahead, the range is just really oppressive. Taliyah, Hui, and Varus, especially with this like lethality, I'm banking on hitting these devastating piercing arrow Varus builds. You can get deleted from half a screen away if you're a Conveyable Cub, Terry, even Not Important. You're seeing it now. Look how far back Conveyable Cub has to be just to respect the idea of a Chains of Corruption lock-in or the Hui damage that is only going to get worse as this game goes on.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's what Pro Comp saw that we did not quite have the ability to see for ourselves. Is just technology. so much of this long-range poke here coming in from Iridescent, like from IDF here. And right now, with the Dragon coming up very, very soon, it is going to be that Mountain Soul point that they are looking forward to. And I gotta say, right, Mountain Soul, when you're playing a poke composition, is so unbelievably annoying to have to deal with, because if your opponents have Mountain Soul, they're not taking much damage from your poke. If you have Mountain Soul, if your opponents get on top of you, then they can't really do much. But speaking of can't do much,
okay, Adaptable Ape in his own 1v1 with Teals, but his team on the other side, how well can they hold up? It looks pretty darn well with Conveyable Cup staying safe. Throws an arrow onto Jopi as well to lock him in place. And here comes the Flash Syndicates, but they fall a bit flat. The low health bars are enough that Kami is running wild once more. A piercing arrow to the hearts of Flash Syndicates fans. In the blink of an eye, it's another IDF ace.
Yeah, and just like that, IDF going to be running away with game number 2. It looked so good for Flash Syndicate in the very beginning when they got that first blood, but in the end, we look at this team fight one more time. The Weaver's Wall from Joby just absolutely cutting off Cub in the back there, and the Ashe is just continuing to free hit again and again, but just can't do nearly enough damage, right? As on the other side, Kami also allowed to free hit, but you can see the difference in the wallet as the Varus has so much more early damage, so much more gold in his pocket, and now with the soul point on top of it, it's looking rougher and rougher for the Flash Syndicate.
Also, shout out Massouf playing the Mundo role perfectly in that fight as well. I love how he's adapted his 1 versus 3 style from, with Volibear, I need to kill Conveyable Cup, to now he's like, I just need to block as much damage as possible because I have a Talia, Hui, and Varus behind me that will get the kills for me.
And one thing else to note, Slayer, Kami did not have a Muramana in that last fight. The Muramana just now fully completed, and that is a terrifying thought when it comes to this Varus damage.
Only going to ramp up worse. But Flash Syndicates, they still have a comp designed to find a way back here. It's just all banking on catching some of these, one of these 3 members, the 3 prongs of the trident out mispositioned. A Viego reset can do wonders for a team that is currently sitting on objective bounties, down 6,000 gold, and with no Drakes to their name, but the clock is ticking on that comeback if you are Flash Syndicates.
Yeah, right now, they just gotta try to group up and make some sort of pick happen. You know, make that rolling death ball composition that they really do need if they want to make a way for a comeback. As in the end, Ibeon Godly just walking straight in to Flash Syndicate's jungle saying, I have no fear, I'm not going to be killable, I understand how much I can output, and look at Teals' damage.
That is on to a mostly tanky Bento, and he still is gravely hurting. All this a bit of a stall to allow Kami to step up and try and get a wave in. Does eat a charm to the face. Good flash, but the depth charge was already marked onto Kami. Joby nearly having to bail out. This time he will fall at 1 HP. Kami's still safe though, and that means the arrows are inevitable to ring through here. 2 kills back so far for IDF as they narrowly find an advantage after overextending under a turret, and they'll keep the push going.
Yeah, but watch the Heartbreaker right now. If one of the dredge lines lands, not important, could absolutely reset all over this team composition here. But once again, the arrows from Kami doing so much work.
Oh! It's the range again. He's having to dodge arrows, severing bolts. He can't play anywhere near the range of that Heartbreaker. And instead, it's the inhibitor that gets broken, and Massouf winning his 1v1 against Adaptable Ape is just rubbing salt in the wound in the name of another tier 2 turret and more gold to IDF.
Yeah, now even with Massouf relegated to side character status, the man still manages to find ways to demand respect, to demand that the camera watch him, that the enemy team watch him. And Adaptable Ape just struggling on this Mordekaiser counter pick. I mean, it looked very, very good early on in the laning phase, and then it all came down to that one random solo kill in that top lane, where in the end, the Mordekaiser starts falling behind, the Mundo becomes completely unkillable, and now with a very late Heartsteel, the Mundo only gets stronger.
With every empowered auto, face-checking his Bento, commits a valuable flash in the dredge line. This is not your jungle anymore, Flash Syndicates. It is fully occupied by the territory known as IDF, and they're going to make sure you know it. with another devastating combo from Kami and Teals. They're teleporting in the mid lane, maybe looking for the knockout blow here. No Baron needed, no Soul needed, because Masuf is just running wild, just absolutely runs down available Gub. Shades of game number 1. And now, with the Nexus turret soon to fall, the dominance of IDF in the playoffs continues as they are a couple autos, a couple hits onto the Nexus away from a 2-0 lead to move on in our Vanquisher League playoffs.
Yeah, and Iridescent Dawn Frozen, I cannot believe how strong of a team these players are shaping up to be. You know, Teal's coming on in, not playing like Nuffies, but instead bring his own style to the team, bring in the Hwei, bring in the Vex, and, you know, while I will say, you know, Teal's doing a decent job in game number 2, still going over to Masu for the most damage and Kami for so much control over those fights.
I mean, it's just a team win, it feels like, especially in this one. Joby, you know, we were perplexed by the Taliyah lock-in, but a lot of really good Weaver Wall setups, a lot of gank priority as well, using the Weaver Wall to just punish the bottom lane over and over again, and it's really hard to not look good on Rel when you're finding engages the way the Beyond Godly was. In this one, it seems like IDF have thought out just enough to be a frozen titan in these playoffs that a lot of those Seed 1 teams awaiting their opponents might have to think twice about when they figure out who they want to select for their round 2 matchup.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many little things that you have to be paying attention to, whether it be that Volibear, whether it be that Taliyah jungle, whether it be that Poke Varus. But right now, in the end, what Flash Syndicates need to do is find a way how to reset their mental, find a way how to get back into the swing of things for game number 3, which is coming up right next, so don't go anywhere.
moving on. Keep moving on.
Since you left me, nothing has been the same. There's no time for regret, but I remember how I slept in your chest. I want to forget it, take a breath and leave you away, away. But it's not that easy, 'cause you make me miss you again, again. If you want, just come. If you want, just come. Don't leave me again, leave me again. If you want, just come. If you want, just come. Don't leave me again, leave me again. There's no time for regret, but I remember how I slept in your chest. I want to forget it, take a breath and leave you away, away. But it's not that easy, 'cause you make me miss you again, again. If you want, just come. If you want, just come. Don't leave me again, leave me again. If you want, just come. If you want, just come. Don't leave me again, leave me again.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. Yeah.
It is officially shut up or broom up time if you are a Flash Syndicates fan. Is a 3-0 sweep is completely in order here with Iridescent Dawn Frozen dominating the series so far in our first look at the 12-team single bracket elimination playoffs of the Vanquisher League. We had a bit of a delayed restart here, and it's an unfortunate news for Flash Syndicates. I don't mean to, further bury them down of the 0-2 they're looking at, but Conveyable Cub does not seem like they can rejoin, I believe due to a power outage or an internet outage, one of the two. Something that is making sure Conveyable Cub cannot play. So Flash Syndicates have had to sub in their backup AD carry on the roster, which is Lien, to try and help them climb back from what very few teams can do in competitive League of Legends, the classic best of 5 reverse sweep.
Yeah, I mean, but we have seen it once, we have seen it twice, we have seen it many, many times, right? Now that IDF is up 2 games, there's no way that Flash Syndicates could possibly make a comeback from here, as the meme goes. But either way, game number 3 is now upon us. We are bound to get some different picks going on. I mean, we had so much focus on the Ashe in the last 2 games, and the Ashe didn't actually end up getting so much done, right? Conveyable Cub was able to get the early pressure in the lane, but the kill going over to Bento, meaning that those early kills really didn't amount to so much extra in terms of the gold. In the meantime, Masuf on the Mundo still managing to make his name known on that top side, as Teal showing up on the Hui, managing to put out quite a bit of damage, as Kami constantly outputting the arrows from far beyond, and Joby's Talia really did a phenomenal job at just locking down individual members of the Flash Syndicate.
Yeah, I'm going to keep it a stack. I mean, if Masuf is winning the Mundo in a Mordekaiser matchup, this is a very rough series because Masuf has already shown that he is very good in the later stages of the game in those team fights on whatever champion he's playing, and he was able to navigate the Mordekaiser matchup pretty well. And it's a rough status to play if you're Flash Syndicates if you are drafting winning lanes that are just simply not winning so far if you're taking game 2 stance. But game number 1, if you can remember that far back by this point, was hotly contested and was certainly back and forth throughout it. The question now becomes, can Flash Syndicates muster some sort of courage, confidence to get back to how close they were going up 1-0 to try and just find that one win because they need it here or their season is over?
They definitely need to make something happen now, if any time. But my big question here, right, is what exactly is it that Flash Syndicate does against Masuf, right? You banned away the Volibear, which ended up being a huge point of power for the team. If you ban away the Mundo, right, which one of those bans are you going to have to drop? Are you going to be giving over that Udyr? Are you going to be giving over that, Lilia? That we've seen constantly banned throughout these games, right? And let's also say on the other side for Iridescent Dawn, right? If you do find yourself in the position where Masuf doesn't have the Volibear, doesn't have the Mundo to play, who do you pick on top of that, right? There aren't so many champions left that do have that very standard, I'm just going to walk forward and stat stick you kind of ability to just play the game. I think the only ones left off the top of my head would be Tom Kench, right? Like there's just very few left that have the ability to just walk forward and do whatever it is that they want. So I do think that Flash Syndicate could opt to try to focus those bans towards that top side, but you can't just be sleeping on the rest of Iridescent Dawn.
Not the way game 2 went, especially if you're talking about calling Cammy's number. Teals also had a pretty good bounce back game on the Hui after being targeted for the Vex pick. It's the way we described it after game number 2. The second game was a complete team win, and you have that in with the momentum of being up 2-0 and knowing that you can win even in draft scenarios that project you not to win. Remember, I mean, our awesome sponsor, our draft sponsor, said that the Flash Syndicate's comp in game 1 should have ran away with it. And it's just IDF defying the odds, playing as a team. This is what curates playoff victory runs. When everyone's always looking for that Cinderella, for that dark horse, we're into the draft, and you're seeing a lot of champions on the Flash Syndicate side being banned away that really cost them games in this series. The Volibear, the Hui, markedly the first two.
Yeah, interesting choice here, taking away Lian's Jin in the final go there. And the Mundo is once again available, so I honestly wouldn't be too surprised to be seeing something along those lines. Goodness. Being picked up relatively early on, especially now that the Hui's not available. There we go. There's that first pick, Ash. And on the other side, the question now is, does Adaptable Ape take the Mundo for himself to try to deny it from Masuf? Or is it going to be a team composition built around dealing with champions like a Mundo, so that way you should be fine? Now, the Ziggs here does put me into a bit of concern, because if you do end up going with a Ziggs Smolder comp or a Ziggs Yone comp, Mundo kind of can just walk straight into the backline and make sure Ziggs doesn't have a good time. In the meantime, the Xin Zhao, at the very least, going to be able to threaten Mundo enough, but Talia comes back into play.
Could very likely Joby's hand, but it could be Teal's. It kind of fits his champion profile so far. Rel Ash is a very oppressive bottom lane. Ibion Godly and Kami really looking to build on their momentum and push on the pressure point that is Lian stepping in cold to a series where they are being asked to do a whole lot, likely on that Ziggs. Poppy going to be blinded here. Could be the pairing with the Ziggs. That would be a really interesting... It wouldn't really work, so I'm expecting this to actually be Dapple Ape just blinding Poppy.
I'm almost certain it's going to be going over to the Ziggs, because specifically to deal with the Rel, right? I mean, a lot of the time when you see the Ziggs, you're pairing it with the Leona, you're pairing it with the Rel, so the Rel, more specifically a takeaway from that. Otherwise, you take Ash Braum absolutely every time into the Ziggs unless that Rel is open. But in the meantime, we are seeing some takeaways here, right? That Mundo from Masuf, Teal's signature Lissandra also going to be taken away here. And now with that Yone taken away, we really only have the opportunity for a Ziggs Smolder if we do want to be doing that AD in the mid lane. We do have a few other opportunities here. The Swain coming on in. Interesting choice here. And honestly, I like it a lot.
Swain isn't a very... This is the new Swain. So this is the Swain with the recastable... Oh my god, we're having fun. Vel'Koz locked in. That is 100% going into Teal's hands. And I believe that's got to be the answer to what you're thinking is a Swain. They're going to put an Aatrox next to it. This is what you see from a lot of teams up 2-0. They start to have a little bit of fun with it when they think they're just raw, hands diff, brain diff, just better. When they think they're just better than an opponent, they go for these picks, and we'll see if it works out. We'll see if we get an Azap Vel'Koz or your NA solo queue Vel'Koz.
Makes sense. But I will say, right, as far as these teams are concerned, right, so on the side of IDF, you have Ash Rel in that bot lane, going to be able to put up a ton of a fight against that Ziggs Poppy. The Poppy specifically chosen to try to deny the crash down coming in from the Rel. At the very least, makes it a little bit more difficult for Kami and Ibion Godly to actually run them down. And that mid lane pick, very, very interesting between these two. Terry and Teal's just going toe-to-toe, and it's a matter of the getting into range and never dying versus never letting you get into range and killing you forever.
Classic. How many champion how many lane matchups are that exact dynamic? I am excited to see this. This will actually, for me at least, be the first opportunity to see the new Swain one as it's played out with the recast ultimate, the shorter range feather pole. I forget the name of the claw. I just call it the claw. Never move. Yeah, never move. Hey, that's actually pretty adapt to exactly what the ability actually ends up doing. Obviously, everyone's going to focus on the Vel'Koz as we get the lane assignments. It will be the Poppy in support, Renekton up top, the Swain in mid lane, and I am just excited to see. We've seen like every sort of echelon of top lane matchups you can get almost, besides like straight duelists versus each other and the disgusting range top that nobody wants to watch. Tank v tank. You've got sustain versus sustain, with a tank, and now we're just getting like brawl it. So we're really going to see how complete of a top lane player Masuf can be if he can win again into Adaptable Ape on this Aatrox that needs to win to be really effective, I feel.
I mean, Masuf's just kind of been playing 3 bruisers go for go, meanwhile Adaptable Ape just giving us a little bit of everything, but right now it feels less of Adaptable Ape giving us a bit of everything and more of reaching deep into his pockets trying to find what really is the answer, what really does work. This is an R5 counter pick that they saved to try to deal with Masuf's pick here, so the Renekton, at the very least, very solid pick into the Aatrox. Still going to obviously rely on a little bit of skill expression, as pretty much every single Aatrox matchup does go. But in the end, the big question is, can the Flash Syndicate's top laner finally find an opportunity to deal with Iridescent Dawn Frozen's top laner in game number 3 back against the wall?
We went from a game 1 that was a tank battle, frontline wagered, to now we've got just damage out the wazoo. Right? It's just damage everywhere. I am a little bit worried about the Flash Syndicate's damage profile, mainly because they're relying on all their attack damage to be in the form of melee. But luckily for them, it's not like they're having to deal with like a Masuv Mundo. They can just full stack AP or armor and just run one of those 2 ways towards it. Certainly going to be interesting to see what maybe the boots buys are, maybe the adaptations of some of these builds for Rel and Aatrox, depending on who they really want to prevent doing damage. Because if you're spacing these fights correctly with once again another comp anti that's got the range advantage, you can kind of reliably just build magic resist in a lot of ways and know that your Vel'Koz, Ashe, and Talia are going to make sure Renekton and Xin Zhao like never even get close enough.
Yeah, honestly, what I would love to see is one of those crazy cross-map arrows into just Teal's hitting R, looking someone directly in the eyes and saying, "Hello, how are you doing today? I'm analyzing the hell out of you. Goodbye to your health bar." Either way, I don't know. I just love me some cross-map arrows. I want to see some coming in from Kami. Meanwhile, on the other side, you know, Flash Syndicate have another one of those team compositions where if you can get on top of the enemy team, man, is it going to feel good. You got Swain, you got the Xin Zhao, you got the Renekton. All 3 of those champions looking to go straight on in towards that back line. Poppy always going to be helpful towards removing anyone trying to get on top of her carries. But more than that, Ziggs, such a safe carry, just constantly able to throw out the skill shots from super far away. If he really needs it, can just stand all the way out of the fight and throw in that super mega inferno bomb, and it should be fine for Lian in the end. It's going to be pretty difficult to find yourself in a rough position as the Ziggs in this game.
Flash Syndicates as a team are in a position where difficult might be putting it lightly. Down 0-2 without one of their mainstay carries and Conveyable Cub, looking to do what is thought as the improbable but not impossible. A lot of pressure on Lien, a lot of pressure in general on Flash Syndicates, and for the IDF side, it's looking to close out the series confidently, but certainly having a bit of fun with their unique picks. And I am very curious to see how our lovely friends over at another pause. I was gonna say our draft score is on this one with the unique champion profile we have. And hey, I thought this would happen. I knew that pro comps absolutely despise Vel'Koz picks.
I was gonna say the same thing. Vel'Koz, one of those champions that really has a low win rate as far as solo queue goes, and a low, how do you call it, assessment for a lot of pro players and analysts. Unless your name is Azap, the champion usually doesn't have so many opportunities to get too much done. But in the end, the big question here, right, is what exactly is it that Teals can do on this Vel'Koz, right? Can Teals continue to position himself far away enough that he can actually get off as much damage as possible? Or will Terry get in onto the Vel'Koz and just give that tentacled alien a bird-shaped hug? You know what I mean?
A bird-shaped hug. I don't know how great of a warm feeling you're gonna get from that hug. I think that's a pretty hurtful hug. Just as
Yeah,
hurtful as
yeah,
seeing
yeah.
pauses, these pauses. These guys just, I want these guys to play League of Legends. Is that so hard to ask?
Yeah, I mean, I'll also say on top of that, it's the 80 carry again. So the reason why we had a little bit of a delay in between games 2 and game 3 is because Conveyable Cubs power or internet went out. Still not 100% certain which one's which. Basically, disconnected from the game, we're not able to get back into the swing thing. So now we have our replacement 80 carry, well, more accurately, bot lane carry in Lian, who on the Ziggs also seems to be struggling a little bit with the whole connecting to the game thing. So we're just going to hope and pray that it all works out sooner rather than later here. But in the meantime, Slayer, this has been a banger of a series.
It's been a very just fun start to the playoffs bracket that we've been building up to for such a long time by this point. Obviously, I guess I can inform the general public back behind because you don't have access to the sheet, but there was actually a series played for the playoffs before I believe it was played on Monday, I assume, or maybe just earlier on today, but it saw an upset because if you're not too familiar with the formats, with the 1 seeds getting a bye, the 3 seeds, the 3 seeds play each other, and the 4 seeds play the 2 seeds. We already had a 4 seed upset a 2 seed. True Minded Gaming Death Knights lost in 5 games to Optimal Esports Dynasty. So there's already been that upset.
Ooh.
There's the very dominating series we have on hands as we are seemingly back into the rift. I'll finish my little wrap up. South Hill Scrappers fans, if you're still around here, they were able to dodge out on the 4-2 upset. They swept out Sensei Squad Tsukuyomi. I'd probably butcher that and I apologize.
Tsukuyomi.
And then Tsukuyomi, there we go. Thank you for the correction. And then the Titan Esports 2 stream just, I believe, or I clicked on the wrong Titan Esports. 1-1.
Oh.
That is 1-1 on the second stream here between
Ooh, baby.
WLS Goobers and Drop Dead Gaming Vultures. So if our series wraps up, we've got more action to even throw you to get the whole playoff picture as we are finally stabilized into game number 3 here.
All right, minions have spawned, and so has game number 3 finally upon us. And as you can see over on Titan Esports 2, that's Titan Esports 2 without a Z, instead just an S, we do have DDG versus WLS. Should be a banger of a set. And if Flash Syndicate don't find their footing in game number 3, we will have all of you going over there to give them some love, give them some shout outs. But let's not count this team out early on just yet. Right now, the big thing that I wonder is how exactly is it that the Flash Syndicate are going to find themselves an in on this team without a working engage, barring some kind of Shin Zhao all in?
It's that, and it's just compounded by the idea that they don't even have the poke range advantage. It's really just Ziggs trying to dole out in that department, but it will not match the might of a Vel'Koz, an Ashe, and certainly a Talia. So Flash Syndicate, or excuse me, IDF are leaning on the strength that really brought them home in game number 2, on top of what got them home in game number 1, as we see Masuf already taking a health advantage into Adaptable 8, despite the fact that he gets to level 2 late.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of the slice and dice really not quite working out at level 1 for Adaptable Ape. I mean, I know that there's some, little optimizations here and there to be made in that matchup where you're just trying to dodge away from all of that crit, sections of the Aatrox Q. But in the end, Masuf just going to show, hey, you know what? As long as I can land the one, I will end up winning this trade because lots and lots of damage from the Aatrox, lots and lots of healing, and most importantly, lots and lots of control. 13 minions to 6 here. Now as the wave is slowly building up for Masuf here, going to be able to build up a slow push in game number 3 as both junglers are making their way over to the top side.
Well, finishing up those full clears. Keep in mind the Adaptable Ape did actually back after that first exchange to buy a refillable, so teleport advantage is in the hands of Masuf. Not important, maybe looking for a gank, able to try and shut down the Titan of game number 1. The Talia is nearby, though the sweet spots are landing. Masoof's going to commit the flash. Everybody just flashing in different directions, but not important to find first blood. And Joby just doesn't have the damage or the time to really connect them onto Adaptable Ape. We have the roam coming up from Teals. No flashes for either one of these Flash Syndicate's players. It's the flash Q, but the angle was not lined up for Teals. And the two members of Flash Syndicates are able to escape with first blood.
Yeah, and less than 5 minutes in, 5 flashes burned, 3 of them on the side of IDF here. But Teals now on the Vel'Koz mid without flash available. Wasn't quite able to make a use of the geometry in time. Instead, it was Flash Syndicate playing with calculus on the other end to try to make sure to get on out there, just playing that early gank beautifully. This is the first time we're seeing Not Important really make something happen in that top side very early on. Usually we see this player just look for those level 6s, look for those mid-game counter ganks, and look to try to control the map, but this time much more proactive, much more visible on the map early on, and Joby now the one on the back foot trying to play catch-up.
And he needed to be proactive because in this jungle matchup, Talia is certainly much more content power farming to get to item thresh points, and also for ultimates where Xin Zhao can find those ganks much earlier on. So it's good to see Not Important taking advantage of that window. And like you mentioned, Xin Zhao with a lead is still very oppressive the way he builds. So Not Important looking to take over. And we'll see if he can push that lead item-wise with that pickaxe and longsword combo finish into either first 3 grubs or first Drake, whichever is to his liking.
Yeah, in the meantime, this is one of my favorite sections of the game, also known as Directed Cam is a top lane main, right? So much of the trading just constantly going on between these two. The big question is which one of them is going to be hitting 6 first. I'm almost certain it is going to be Adaptable Ape on that Renekton. And Renekton with that Dominus available is so unbelievably difficult for the Aatrox to deal with, and no World Ender available, no way out either.
Once again, Joby has the right idea, is too late to the party with Masu's health bar far too low, and we have ourselves a 2-0 Not Important Xin Zhao when he's needed most for Flash Syndicates.
Yeah, it wasn't so important for the Xin Zhao to actually get snowballing himself early on, but at the very least, Adaptable Ape with that second kill going to be able to deny so much farm and continue this level and gold lead on that Renekton. And grubs mean so much here. All 3 of these grubs going over mean that Flash Syndicate almost certainly is going to have at least one of the grubs spawning later in the game. We're not even seeing the cross map trade on the other end because they're just not quite in the right place for it. IDF struggling at the beginning of game number 3 here. They might have been cooking a little bit too much with their picks.
It is a bit of a head scratcher with the reset window. If Joby, I guess he must have had camps to clear on the top side, but had Bot Prow to play for that dragon and make that easy trade, but wasn't there on the cards. We're seeing the roaming ability of this Poppy. There's the Demonic Ascension pop. They're trying to slow down Teals, who is flashless on this Vel'Koz. And what a breath of fresh air Flash Syndicates are showing. A lot more of the success in the style that they had in the regular season in this early game.
Yeah, so much more control here going into game number 3. I mean, sometimes it really does take that added pressure to find a way to get yourself back into the swing of things, right? I mean, now with Joby on the spot side, we are going to be seeing the dragon get started up relatively soon here, as the jungler is nowhere to be seen for the side of the Flash Syndicate. But Flash Syndicate, game number 3, at the very least, the start is looking so much nicer than what we've seen in those past few games.
Mega Inferno Bomb used to spot out the Drake take between Joby and Ibion Godly. A slower one at that, but doesn't seem like Not Important is too interested. Calling the Drake take exactly as his name dictates. And the top lane lead is just further mounting. Adaptable Ape feels comfortable enough now to start proxying these waves into Masuf.
Yeah, in the meantime, it is just going to be the jungle camps taken up by the side of IDF here. Nothing too crazy on the side on either of these teams, as they're just going to continue to see both of the junglers just staring each other down, taking away each other's camps. The Talia is slowly building a CS lead, but it's not really turning too much into an actual map lead, as you've only got the one neutral objective as a response here. In the meantime, top lane Masuf still struggling in this one. I mean, as we said, Adaptable Ape did manage to get given this counter pick. It was reserved for him. They made sure that they got the Renekton into the Aatrox, and more importantly, they made sure that that Renekton actually managed to get ahead.
And they're just, it looks like they just want to rinse and repeat here. Unimportant's coming over. World Ender popped. It looks like Masuf wants to go for the fight. Dominus traded as well. Both these very powerful ultimates, but Adaptable Ape is just far much stronger in this current iteration. And what a vibe switch in this top lane matchup that's been dominated by Masuf, flipped on its head.
Yeah, Adaptable Ape now going to be able to pick up his first kill in the
Joby.
matchup. And,
Man, Joby having to flash away, but he's still dead. Unimportant picks the kill up with Wind Becomes Lightning. A bit of disrespect, just trying to pick up a mere Gromp. Gets him killed. Lien at 1 HP finds a kill. Bento gets the second one. What has happened to this series? Flash Syndicates are on a perfect pace when they needed it most. Now we got flashing Masuf trying to at least find one kill back. Should be able to get it onto Adaptable Ape. The healing isn't enough. Waiting on a reset of that dash. The slow, though, coming across from Swain, and Adaptable Ape survives. Everything going right for Flash Syndicates in this game 3.
Yeah, and still managing to get on out of there, almost building up a 5,000 gold lead 10 minutes into the game, already at 4,000 for Flash Syndicate here. But, I mean, Iridescent Dawn Frozen need to find a way how to slow down the pace of this game, or need to find a way how to blow things right back into the open in response, because man, is it looking so much rougher for them in game number 3. Flash Syndicate have been playing with their food, waiting until this point, and the moment that Iridescent Dawn overestimates themselves once is the time that they've decided to strike. That's going to be 6 Void Grubs.
Yeah, there's just no way for IDF to contest at this point. They're far behind in items in every aspect. It's 2 Eclipses done. No items matched on the IDF side. Loon's Companion completed for Lien, who's been farming well and has that kill. No match yet for the Ashe. There's just no way right now for IDF to play. They have to kind of farm up to at least try and get even in item points before they attempt to claw back from this gargantuous 3.5k gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, that gold lead is looking so rough here. Now they're finally making something happen.
Yeah, Lien, though, still had that flash, and the Ashe Arrow not going to find its mark. Mega Inferno Bomb committed. 4-stack on the side, and here comes Teals. Has that long-range death beam, as I like to call it. Maybe going to try and point it Lien's way. Lien hurtling towards that turret. Reinforcements are on the way. It seemed like a miracle engage, but still IDF not able to overcome the hump. 0 in the kill count.
Yeah, meanwhile on the top side, Masuf's just straight up getting proxied by Adaptable Ape here. They might be looking for a 1v1 sooner rather than later, but this Renekton is a huge problem for IDF, and it seems like there's very little that they have to actually respond to Flash Syndicate's top laner.
Oh, and Joby's caught in his own jungle. It just gets worse and worse as this game is completely flipped on its head. Masuf finds a shutdown to get IDF on the board to at least scrap something back.
Yeah, Masuf able to finally get on the board there, but remember, this is a 6 Void Grub team, meaning that 2 of the Void Might spawning for Ziggs is going to be rough as hell. I mean, we're not even looking at towers here, just picking up extra quote-unquote minions under the towers that spawn every 30 seconds-ish at this point.
Kami was seconds away from an Ashe Arrow coming up that would have really stopped that dive and maybe turned that one, but this is what it's coming down to for IDF now, is mistakes from Flash Syndicates and outplaying them, as fires the arrow there, I believe, just merely to cancel back timers.
Yeah, just barely able to cancel that back timer, able to make the Ziggs go all the way back under the tower in order to recall here, but it's looking rough to say the least for the side of Iridescent Dawn Frozen. But if you are a Flash Syndicate fan, you are rejoicing that your boys finally have gotten back into the swing of things, finally have control of this game, finally are looking like the team that we expected from them coming into this. A very, very strong, well put together team here. But in the end, the big question is, can they actually turn this into a victory, right? Early wins can only mean so much. Masuf now getting punished for burning some of those cooldowns early, but not really gonna get much more off of that.
Here we go. Maybe looking for a dive here. They get the Dominus out. Great bait, but Masuf still pops the World Ender. Got to think you just back off when the Dominus gets popped to give the ult advantage over, but they'll trade ultimates at the end of the day, and now they got to be careful in enemy territory because down comes Terry and not important. Bento used the Hex Gates to flash and cancels the Weaver's Wall, outplays Joby just trying to get out of the fight, and the Never move makes sure that even Tails gets pulled back into the meat grinder. This is a whole new Flash Syndicate's team right before our eyes.
Yeah, Flash Syndicate just showing off so unbelievably hard here. I mean, Shelly just looking to dance around with them, but they are all business right now, just going absolutely to town. The only person who has dropped down is Adaptable Ape that one time in the 1v1 against Masuf, and then flashing it say, all right, well, if you're going to drop in the 1v1, what if we just make sure it is absolutely never going to be a 1v1? We just bring everyone up towards this top lane. We manage to get that first tower under our belt and the Rift Herald on top of it, and it's just looking stronger and stronger for Flash Syndicate as the game continues.
Will lead over 5,000. First turret broken open as well. It's a long road back for IDF. Much like Flash Syndicates in Game 2, do think they have the playmaking ability with their draft to battle back. They also can really stall out some of these fights leaning into their range, but it's just such a rough look when you are down this much gold this early on, and the items are really starting to come online for some of these major carries for Flash Syndicates.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult for Iridescent Dawn to actually find a way how to get back into this game, barring some kind of crazy pick, right? It's really just a matter of, can we chain the Ash Arrow into the Shatter Strike Crashdown coming in from that bot lane? Because past that, right, it's difficult for them to really have a hardcore engage. It's just a matter of, can we land these very specific skill shots? Can we land these opportunities to really get ourselves under control? But on the other side, the Flash Syndicate, the biggest issue that their team had was a lack of engage. But now that they've managed to not only get a gold lead, but get started on that neutral objective stacking, it's going to just be the consistent, the consistent force on the side of IDF to engage on them. And okay, who cares about engage? Never mind.
Adaptable Ape is a force to be reckoned with. Clear item up on Masuf, and still Masuf thinks he can engage into him. Bot side, am I watching inhibitor turrets drop? This is just chaos. Yeah, with the satchel charge, I think Leon's just opened up the base already. They're on inhibitors.
Leon did more than open up the base. I think they're going for the end. Hold on. This is literally the entire Nexus Tower getting attacked on. A teleport in as well.
No way.
And no
What
way.
am I watching? This is 18 minutes in. They have Void Grubs. Did Flash Syndicates push too far? They're trying to burn down the last Nexus turret. The Nexus is open and exposed at 18 minutes. They're just going to try and hit through it, and Flash Syndicates are going to keep their series alive by getting the quickest win in Vanquisher League history? No, they are shut out, nearly finding the win. And now it's time for IDF to at least claim all these shutdowns to get some gold back. Lien likely to be the last victim of that manner, picked up by Masuf, but IDF just welcomed Flash Syndicates into their home and they nearly took everything.
Yeah, I don't think anyone was prepared for that one. Just like that, Flash Syndicate was getting completely destroyed in game number 2. Game number 3, their AD carry disconnects and they have to swap in with, with Leon, who admittedly is playing pretty dang well. And game number 3 is such a different story. If you told us that game number 1 and 2 happened the way they did, I don't think anyone coming into game number 3 would believe you. This is the team that's down 2 games right now. This is the team that's in trouble, that's at the verge of full elimination. But this is the team that nearly just set a record for fastest game. What in the fresh hell did we just witness?
I'm just trying to understand IDF's logic, because they had people clearing minion waves mid. We'll have time to talk about it. They're going for a pick onto Adaptive Late with the Dragon burning on one side, and Joby and Masuf have more than enough damage. Masuf has quietly ended up on a killing spree out of nowhere. But I'm trying to... Maybe they wanted to leave the inhibitor open because taking an inhib this early can give you a lot of gold, but bewildering.
Yeah, it's honestly insane, right? Because the inhib going down, right? I don't disagree with that. I think that if you let the inhib go down this early on, if you are already struggling that much, you can at least say, all right, well, I'm just going to pick up all the waves. It'll be fine. There's nothing too crazy. And then they neglected the fact that the enemy team had Shelly and a Ziggs. The satchel charge plus Rift Herald combo just turns into so much more damage. And on top of that, with 6 Void Grubs picked up, every single tower that was important to the game conclusion actually ends up going down off of one push. And in the meantime, the Purple Worm slowly looking to get started up relatively soon, or so Flash Syndicate seem to be saying. But in the end, that's a pretty dang impressive jump.
This feels like a gotcha moment for IDF. Flash Syndicates are maybe like trying to group around Baron in the fog, like, oh, we're doing Baron, and get IDF to panic and rush in. But they had a ward like smack in front of the Purple Worm, so they knew they were just standing there, and IDF just doesn't move at all. It's interesting to see their assignment for the super minion waves, by the way. I'm curious if we could maybe pull up the gold for Teals, or he might just go cash it in. But this guy's caught like 3 super minion waves. I actually think he's somewhat accelerated, but we don't have time to talk about that.
Yeah, we don't have time to talk about that because it is just going to be that Purple Worm started up. Gonna do a little bit of freeze tag there for a little bit, but in the end, it's just...
It's just gone.
Wow.
Joby, Reaper's Wall. Wow, they back off the Baron. They are worried that Flash Syndicates or IDF could win a fight with the Baron damage, and they just let it reset. Great bluff called by IDF.
Yeah, phenomenal bluff called by IDF here, but also remember, Teals no longer has access to that teleport. The Vel'Koz cannot go in and stop this Baron the next time around that they do decide to go for it. And here we go, the Baron gonna get restarted up, and it's looking rougher and rougher for IDF. They just don't really have a source of a sense of urgency, but more importantly, a sense of what it is that they need to do to actually get back into the swing of things.
They have supers pouring into their base, and with triple teleport thread, they have to be very mindful of committing for this Baron. They're going to leave Masuf to catch the waves, but once again, it looks like Flash Syndicates are trying to turn for a fight here, and they find the Dream engaged to just lock up everybody and put them into the meat grinder known as Demonic Ascension. Kami trying to kite back, but he's got a Renekton right on top of him. Masuf's teleport is far too late, as he's now found himself in a 1 versus 4, and the smart heads-up play from Leon, he knows, hold on, their last member just went for a fight. We're just going to teleport into their base. We've got 3 whole teleports. They ace Masuf off. They're going to knock down their open inhibitor, and Flash Syndicates in rapid succession found themselves a game win to keep the series alive 2-1.
What in the fresh hell did we just witness? Game number 3 over to Flash Syndicates. And Slayer, I'm almost certain we had more time in between games 2 and 3 than game 3 actually lasted for.
It's got to be close. I don't know the exact numbers, but that is one of the most intriguing games of League of Legends I have been able to cast for so many intriguing reasons.
That was something, to say the least. Phenomenal stuff coming in from the Flash Syndicates here. They're able to make use of those Void Grubs, make use of that Rift Herald, make use of that Ziggs with that Satchel Charge, just doing so much work, doing so much damage, and in the end, not important, showing just how important it is to be proactive in the early game. The first time we're seeing this guy go for those early ganks, not go for the full clear, I'm going to hit level 6 style of jungling, is the first time we see Flash Syndicates go absolutely crazy in game number 3.
First time we see IDF bleed as well after being such titans of this series. Maybe a bit of disrespect too as well, just to the might and the confidence Flash Syndicates played with and the resolve they had to keep their mentals intact to take what was, in a lot of ways, felt like a free win the way this game went down. But like you see with many teams when they go up 2-0, games like this tend to be more apparent, but the series is far from over. Hopefully this time will be a bit shorter getting into the game, getting into the draft, getting you guys the coverage you're wanting to see, because we might have ourselves a comeback of the ages brewing here on the Titan Esports official Stream 1 Twitch channel. Game 4 draft will be coming your guys' way hopefully soon, and we'll see if we actually do have a Cinderella run on our hands. We'll find that out and more in just a few. An unimaginable shakeup has rocked our series here on the mainstream Vanquisher League playoffs. This was an IDF masterclass for the last 2 games, especially game 2. They got a little creative in the draft, but nothing could have prepared us for actually the most dominating game of the series, Anti. The Flash Syndicates end up winning.
I am just beside myself. I did not anticipate the Flash Syndicates to lose their, essentially, as far as we were aware, their strongest performing player, and all of a sudden just turn around literally everything, right? Their jungler started to be super proactive in the early game. Adaptable Ape was going absolutely crazy with the counter pick, and all of a sudden the Ziggs paired with the Rift Herald took not 1, not 2, but what was that? I don't even know at this point. 4 towers?
4 towers? Yeah, because they already took
Both,
tier 1
2 of them
down.
were Nexus towers.
Yeah, absolutely baffling. All well, somebody was catching minion waves mid lane where all the turrets were. It was it was as goofy of a game as you can get in competitive without there being questions of.
Like,
I don't even.
Are we win?
Are we throwing? Are we win? Yeah, are we win? I don't know. It was goofy, but IDF. A little bit of a test here. If they could just brush off whatever the hell that was, I'm of the opinion they probably were just laughing the whole time, and maybe now we'll see the IDF we have gotten to know through 2 of these games as we're into the draft with IDF going back towards the red side, and Lien is still in Conveyable Cub, not able to come back from whatever issue knocked them out of the series.
Yeah, honestly, the big question here is what exactly do the Flash Syndicates have under their belt now that they say, all right, well, we understand that if we have the counter pick for Adaptable Ape, we can take down Masuf finally by bringing our jungler over to that top there. But on the side of Iridescent Dawn, their question is, all right, well, when Masuf isn't on Volibear, isn't on Mundo, what exactly do we have that we can let him take over the game in the same way that we saw in the last few? And now, both of those champions taken off the table here, and almost certainly going to be the Jhin ban that we saw from Iridescent Dawn the same time. But no, it's the Xin Zhao ban. They're just going to take that away from Not Important and say, all right, if Lien gets their Jhin, who cares? We'll just play into it.
Jin very powerful now, right now, though. I do like him in the bottom lane in certain scenarios. The last time I was going to say we
Hui.
saw, yeah, the Hui Ash trade, I wonder if we're just going to go right back towards that, even though the sides are swapped. This time we'll likely see, well, I guess there's a lot of places the Hui can go again, but maybe likely with Terry. Certainly what IDF think is they have locked in the Lissandra for Teals as an answer.
All right, and Teals is Lissandra. So this is a pick I'm pretty excited to see because this was his signature pick in the last couple of seasons that we have seen him playing. A very solid pick for this player. Meanwhile, the Sivir gonna get picked up for Kami once again, that we saw do so much work in that early game, the Sivir versus Jin. A very solid, you know, very clear cut. We're just gonna farm this out, have nothing too crazy going on unless they take up an Alistar here. So all right, there we go. So that has pretty much done it for all of the supports that have the ability to just kind of lock down Sivir super easily with a point and click ability. But now it's just going to be Battle of the Junglers.
Joby already has an Udyr game under his belt, but that was when Masuf was able to play the Volibear. Want to point out, it is always flexible to throw Udyr top still. Pretty similar style, build path, and such. So don't count that out as in the hands of Joby just yet. That's maybe the idea that Flash Syndicates are thinking of, because they're just going to try and target supports that pair well with Sivir. But if they just leave the Alistar up again, I would suspect, oh, I guess actually it's the team that played the Alistar alongside the Sivir that's going to get rid of it. The Eye Godly Alistar is banned away by his own team.
Yeah, they're not going to be having the Alistar to deal with because they're almost certainly going to be saving that support for the final pick over here, if that's what they're going to be banning away. Because, I mean, you don't really have the luxury of going for it. No, never mind. It is just going to be that Nautilus picked up. You still have that point and click lockdown available for the side of Iridescent Dawn. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Cassante once again coming on in. We've seen this champion time and time again.
Sante back in action. And a rare point where we're going to see Masuf get a counter pick again. Haven't seen that since game number 1. Zyra Jin is a solo QS bottom lane combo that is very oppressive when teams have low communication. I am curious how it looks in this competitive set. Is the Camille will get locked in. Masuf is looking to run this series to its breaking point through the top lane with that pick.
Yeah, I mean, on one side, you have Masuf being given that counter pick, just looking to run away with the counter pick against that Cassante up there. But in the meantime, the bot lane for Flash Syndicates here, very interesting decision. The Jin Zyra, not something that you see too often, but has always been at the back of pretty much everyone's minds as, well, it's not bad, right? I mean, this is always going to be solid. It's a tier 2 pick as far as what's currently meta is concerned, but I can't possibly see a way how you could look at this and be like, yeah, I don't understand how these two work together, because they just feed into each other very, very well. It's like Nautilus Kaisa, right? It's another one of those combos where you put those two with each other and you're just enjoying yourself the entire time. In the meantime, speaking of enjoying themselves, Iridescent Dawn going to be enjoying the Pro Comps draft score, as despite the laning matchups alone, they at the very least have quite a solid team fighting composition on their hands.
Gotta love when you can back the lovely sponsors of our streams, but I am fully with this because while Jin Zyra is really oppressive, a lot of, long range damage, reliable damage within the lane, I just think Sivir is such a neutralizer for aggressive early games, and Camille versus Cassante is a dream matchup. So I back the logic here. What can throw all that to the wayside is getting freaky in the jungle early on, as we have an invade steal of a blue buff to get level 2 for not important. And they're going to force Cammy back towards their turret.
Yeah, and in the end, the force back to the turret not going to get fully followed up on. At level 1, at the very least, the health pots are going to be doing quite a bit in response. Oh my lord, we're getting full fights at level 1 as well. Sejuani's still in the area, but I doubt we're going to see it turn into a full lethal capacity.
Smart move here from not important once more, so I'd really level up his series. Level up himself in this series. I don't mind the vertical jungle to try and just play for the bottom lane that you rely a lot on to have early success. Yes, it's very tough for Adaptable Ape in a counter pick matchup where he's gonna have a rough time, but you are playing weak side King Cassante, so I expect not important to constantly be trying to harass this Sivir Nautilus combo and, you know, really accelerate the Jhin Zyra because they need to be.
Yeah, in the meantime, Masuf just going to look to keep things very stable up in this top lane. It really just is a matter of the fights in bot lane again.
Maybe Ungodly using his health bar very well, gets the root down, throws the ignite. One more dredge line should wrap up first blood. IB Ungodly grabs it with a barrier pop. Kami finds a second. There's the IDF we've known across this entire series showing up in game 4.
Yeah, and in game number 4, a red side Nautilus picks up the first blood, but the second kill going over the AD carry is spelling good news for Iridescent Dawn fans out there in the crowd, as the Sivir being accelerated is such a huge boon for the team here, especially after Flash Syndicates had actively devoted resources towards making the spot lane work out, and oh lord,
wow, don't know how that gank fell so flat. Maybe trying to capitalize on the 2 low health bars. At least Bento will trade out IB Ungodly, but you said accelerated Sivir, you just got a double dose there, Anti.
Yeah, I mean, 2 kills over to the Sivir, already looking to get closer and closer to that first item here. But in the meantime, all of that time spent on that bot lane means that top lane is more than in trouble here. Adaptable Ape just needs to walk up a little bit more, and we're going to be getting an Udyr running in at full speed.
Here he comes. Flash available for Adaptable Ape. He's going to have to commit it pretty soon. Unstoppable, not going to stop the stun. Does commit the flash to get away from the hook shot. And this is the consequence of forcing a vertical jungle as Joby can play towards the top side as Kami's just starting to run away. This is all gas, no breaks in the bot side. That's a Kami double kill. This Sivir is 4-0 for IDF.
So, IDF have 4 out of 5 kills onto their Sivir, who's one of their main win conditions here. This is looking like a disaster for the side of Flash Syndicates here. At the very least, they managed to pick up the Scuttle to try to make it difficult to pick up that Dragon for IDF, but the vertical jungling continues, and so does this Sivir dominance here. Let's watch this one more time. As we can see, it was an invade onto the Gromp that just does not work out, as Kami just able to flash in, get not 1 but 2 kills, and even get Teals involved as well. 4 kills on the Sivir between the godly bot lane, and right now it's just looking rougher and rougher as the game continues for Flash Syndicates.
I'm gotta lean to like desperation. I'm perplexed to why Jhin Zyra is so far up in the enemy jungle. It's not like they're even helping their jungler take camps. It was just them trying to harass IB Ungodly. Just weird positioning, weird decision making for this bottom lane that just couldn't afford to fall behind.
Yeah, honestly, my thought is that they were like, all right, well, I mean, we have a Zyra. We know she can take jungle camps. We know that we have our jungler down here.
Kami did not account for the Sejuani in the brush. Burns the barrier without flash. Gifts a 580 gold shutdown over to Lien.
Yeah, and there we go. Investment banking strat under their belt. Give over 4 kills to the enemy AD carry. Put that right onto our Jhin, and the influx of gold comes right on back. As long as you ignore that cross-map play coming in from Joby, it's looking pretty dang good for the side of Flash Syndicates. Unfortunately, we are not in a world where the grub trade doesn't matter whatsoever. So, Flash Syndicates, I would argue, not necessarily the most happy about only getting the 1 kill.
On top of that, Joby's still trying to create more. Remember, this is a vertical jungle where he's been able to claim a lot of those camps on the blue quadrant side of Not Important, who's finally trying to catch a couple of those to catch up in the CS department. And I'm sure there'll be a repaid visit for Joby towards this top side as Masuf is really starting to build himself a CS lead.
Yeah, I mean, the Camille just constantly able to get this wave pushed in, and it's very difficult for Adaptable Ape to actively contest it because he knows that Joby is going to be towards his top side. That's the problem with the vertical jungle, is that when you have so much of your jungler focusing on making that bot side work out, then it's going to be so much more difficult for you to actually contest anything because you know that you're not going to have any backup. You know that your jungler is on the map on the opposite side from you, and in the end it really hasn't amounted to too much of an extra lead. There's still 4 kills onto that Sivir. Kami still does quite a bit of damage, but the Hextech ultimatum is going to get popped.
Yeah, Masuf locks Adaptable Ape in place. No flash available. A couple more autos. Maybe the W drop through, but the slow is enough to make sure Masuf cannot claim the kill. He'll just take the secondary win of extending that creep score.
Yeah, in the end, it is the Ignite pops for not much of a kill, but quite a bit more damage here. But the Cassante not going to be going down just yet. It's just going to be that 20 CS lead for Masuf in that top lane, just building closer and closer towards that Triforce. In the meantime, Kami and Beyond Godly now finally in that rough position that we expected from this lane to begin with, because Sivir and Nautilus, not exactly the greatest of laning combos, but once it gets to the team fights is when things are going to get rougher and rougher for this squad here. In the meantime, Not Important, very much in there.
There's the CC chain. Not Important, no hesitation to make sure the Glacial Prison gets locked down. Your Sivir spell shield means nothing when it's just stun on top of stun, and another kill over to Lien.
Yeah, stun on top of stun and no cleanse in sight for Kami here. But in the meantime, oh my god.
Fancy feet! The Dredge line is late, and Lien has rebounded miraculously from that rough start for the Flash Syndicate bottom lane.
Yeah, it all started with that one shutdown. How did it end up like this? Ask Kami. But right now, seems like Flash Syndicates are finding their way back into this series. I mean, game number 3, if that taught us anything, it's that this team is not one to be trifled with. Lien was able to put up a great performance on the Ziggs in that last game. Now on the Jhin that was banned away initially by IDF, and now the big question is, what exactly is IDF going to do now that their Sivir isn't nearly as strong as what they got gifted in that early game?
Lucky for them, Sivir monster outscales a Jhin no matter how you build him, so I think the Sivir will be just fine, and I feel that the very big pressure point that IDF can push for here might want to just all out for 6 grubs, because giving 6 grubs over to Masuf's Camille with the lead he's already been able to assess is a very big win con.
Yeah, but you can see that Flash Syndicates also understand that they're rotating their bot lane up towards this top side. They're rotating multiple members over here, and it's going to be a full-on team fight for these grubs. A 6 grub take would be very difficult to see coming.
They try to set a trap with the lane swap, but they don't catch Masuf with their bottom lane. Scuttle Crab earned by Joby and Beyond Godly, but the engage comes in for Not Important. He's got this Nautilus pinned with no support nearby. Terry's there to cut off, and Lien finds the kill. And that one pick may do wonders to make sure no grubs are available in this do or die game 4.
Yeah, do or die here, but and just like that, another team fight begins.
Yeah, gets the Strangled Thorns down. The Zyra's gonna stay safe. Joby gets stunned up by the Brittle passive from Not Important. And here comes the curtain call. Kami, the AD carry, now have to block for his pseudo take Udyr jungle. But Joby is able to get out of there. No grubs claimed. Everybody able to limp away. As we see off to the side, Adaptable Ape making sure to make it costly. First turret's gonna go down. Somehow, it seems that Teal ended up 1 versus 4 on the Lissandra. Now it's teleports galore coming through. Kemi trying to kite back. Bento assassinated. Flashback from Kemi. Able to stay away from not important. Here comes Dapper Ape trying to force with the issue with Masu. There's a Spiral Despair down. Doesn't do enough damage. Terry is out of mana. Does not have the health to contest. Not important as well. Just trying to stand tall. But there's a big locket shield. Godly stays safe. Hook shot forces the flash away from Terry. And now it's time to just get rid of the rest of these kills. But it somehow only ends up being a trade 1-for-1 support for top laner.
Yeah, and just like that, so many members of Flash Syndicates were taken low by Teals' flank, but weren't actually able to get taken completely out. So we're not going to be able to see the Lissandra just go crazy there. But, oh, Kami's in so much trouble.
Burns the barrier, gets the spell shield, hold on. Actually able to get away from Lien, even despite the fact 2-2 boots were available. And quietly with all that fighting, we still have 2 grubs desperate for a fight.
Yeah, 2 grubs desperate for a fight, but IDF not going to opt to take that fight whatsoever. They're just going to be backing off. They're saying, all right, you know what? We don't need any Void Mites. It's fine. As long as we've got the 3 to start and you can't get any Void Mites of your own, it's okay. Lien, on the other hand, getting quite a lot of damage off.
Re-engages self, utilizes the Frozen Tomb ultimate to dodge the Strangle Thorns, and throws an Icy Claw to shut Lien down. Gets the slow with her passive, and Ibeon Godly has the cutoff angle, drops the depth charge. Adaptable Ape able to provide cover. Teal still hunting for that kill, and does seem like for now Bento's going to stay safe. What a body block. Get down, Mr. President, Adaptable Ape. He's making sure that there is a no trade kill. He goes all out. He wants the smoke with Ibeon Godly. Didn't expect Teal to be nearby, and Ibeon Godly has to commit the flash just to get away from the Cassante.
Yeah, and either way, every single one of these fights just turns into so many more of them. But Teals, at the very least, sees Lien's comfort pick and says, all right, I like your comfort pick. I raise you one of my own, and here's another one of those point-and-click lockdown ultimates. Masuf under the tower gonna be able to take that Jhin out.
That was style points as well. Dodges the 1 snare Jhin has with that Hextech ultimatum, and seems like IDF are really ramping up now on these side lanes as they also are able to pick up Adaptable Ape 1 versus 3, but the big threat from Game 1, the big bad from Game 1 seems to be back in bold. Masuf 3-0 with a completed Triforce.
Yeah, the fully completed Triforce leads to so much damage on that Camille, a turret going down for the side of Iridescent Dawn. Frozen also turns into even more gold influx to the team here. And now we are going to be seeing, I'm not 100% certain which Drake that is exactly. Is it in the Infernal Drake? I'm not sure. But in the end, right, we are going to be seeing the Rift change very soon here, and I'm excited what exactly kind of a soul we have for us.
Oh, Masuf doesn't want to back up. He wants to go in and make sure to punish Bento and Lien, who did not calculate for another well-timed Teal flank. 2 more kills and a dragon to the IDF side.
Yeah, and Teals, once again, on those flanks, just able to pop both of the carries on the side of Flash Syndicates here. Also just in time to be able to pick up Shelly for the team here. And one solid all-in from the bot lane of Flash Syndicates turning into a disaster for them in the end. At the very least, Terry going to be able to pick up Masuf on the back half of that one. But the Rift Herald going over to Teals and Ibeon Godly is definitely not going to be boding well for the side of Flash Syndicates.
Yeah, after that disaster towards the top side, not important had to virtually leash Shelly to the enemy team. At least they get Masuf back, punishing an overextension. Big shutdown to give to the Hui, who does have enough damage and spacing to carry games that many have seen before, but IDF are still smelling blood in the water. Great usage of the plant to block the dredge line, so the Bento's able to avoid a death sentence of a hook to the face.
Yeah, I mean, this Zyra pick is honestly paying out dividends. It's been a long time since I think we've seen a Zyra in the support position, but there's a reason why this champion was designed as a support, was expected as a support, and there's... Oh, Lord.
Oh, they're going all out for Terry. They don't need a minion wave. Adaptive Wave's going to teleport in, so they won't find the kill into Terry. They'll just get a summoner off of the Flash Syndicate top laner.
Yeah, they do manage to get the teleport out. They don't really manage to get much more than that, though. But in the end, at the very least, wasting your opponent's time a bit before that next dragon is available is going to be a nice feeling here. That means that Adaptive Ape is not going to have the teleport available. So if Masuf does opt to go to a side lane right before that dragon begins, it is going to be at the very least a 4v4, but potentially a 4v5 after it does spawn.
Big point of contention going to be that dragon. With all the action we've had and the ramp up from Iridescent Dawn Frozen, the gold lead is still very, very minor. Flash Syndicates have more than enough runway to fight their way back in here, but not if we're seeing Lien having to flash back away from Lissandra. Both bottom laners having to flash from the mere engage threat of IDF.
Yeah, and now that's no flash on Jhin, no flash on Zyra. Still has the ultimate available for Lissandra.
Oh no! And they're trying to pick off non-important before the dragon spawns. Curtain Call gonna try and slow everybody up, but the Strangle Thorns does get non-important out, but the health bar advantage is clearly in IDF's favor. Last shot of the Curtain Call just gonna be expended as a precaution. And they might look for a re-engage in here with Teals, but he goes a bit too far and actually has to flash away from a Spiraling Despair. So a lot of ultimates, a lot of flashes, no real clear engages on either side.
Yeah, no clear engages bit by bit, but in the end, the Rift Herald finally gonna get picked up and used in this mid lane, and this is going to turn into a big dive.
They got the Frozen Tomb, or excuse me, just the snare onto Bento. Shelly now going for a much different path. We'll see if Joby can pull this one off. I see the tech. He's trying to crash as many tier 1 turrets out as he can, but did not pay attention enough in Tokyo Drift School and does not bend around that corner.
Instead, it's just going to turn into another opportunity to dive here. Hold on.
Dapple Ape, 1 versus 4. Gets IBR Godly far too low, and they get a re-engage with not important in Lien nearby. IDF really forcing the issue, and it's starting to hurt them. Oh, maybe not.
Kami on the back
Where's
line.
Kami? How the hell did he get all the way back there? Finds the shutdown on Terry, and Masuf is able to free hit Lien past the 2 tanks on the team, and that just lines up for the Camille and Lissandra to run wild. Dapple Ape flashing away from the passive from Teals. Hextech Ultimatum wasn't even used, and now Bento's feeling the pain of it. Locked between 2 parts of his wall. They hesitate to give the kill, and that actually gives a shutdown to Bento. Masuf in the enemy base still wants all the smoke onto a Dapple Ape. We'll get it with the Q2, but he'll die now to a turret. This is a bloodbath of a game 4.
A bloody as hell game 4 to pay back how fast game 3 was. And now with multiple carries dead on the side of IDF, it's honestly a big question as to whether or not they do have the pressure on this Chemtech Drake here. But in the end, the biggest question I have for you, Slayer, is what exactly is it that Flash Syndicates are looking for to get themselves back into the swing of things? Because IDF have been taking over these fights again and again and again.
They have 2 ways. Non-important engages on Sejuani to priority targets, but most of the time just kind of taking what the enemy teams will give them. With this Zyra being able to hold a lot of people in place, you can see the Strangle Thorns gets a 4-man knockup right there. Allows non-important to sneak out. We're forcing Lissandra ultimates. Teal's just trying to get the heals. Dapple Ape going forward to get the all-out. They've got Masuf, and now Cammy is cornered around 3. Sure, they lose Lien on the side, but they come out ahead in the man advantage, and there's no damage dealers left up except Teals, who tries to dive for a trade onto Bento, the support, and just gets shut down. Flash Syndicates are starting to slowly rip the door open, and maybe talks of Game 5 should be the discussion.
Yeah, I mean, I was just asking what exactly is it that Flash Syndicate need to do to get back into the swing of things. I guess there's the answer. Simply win a team fight, multiple thousands of gold down. But once again, so watch this team fight. It starts off, Kami just zoned super far away. Joby not really able to get back into the game. A massive 4-man Stranglethorns, and the Spiraling Despair also outputting damage on damage on damage. And once again, it's just a matter of Flash Syndicates being in a good position where they can force so much of the damage to be used defensively on the side of IDF. But in the end, as we can see, it is yet another dragon going to the side of IDF. It is yet another tower going to the side of Iridescent Dawn. And it is yet another one of those games that is still in favor of Iridescent Dawn Frozen. The biggest question, however, is whether or not they can actually turn this relatively minor gold lead into a full-on victory.
The recipe is here to win this game for IDF. It's the exact same way they were able to win game number 1. Masuf is so strong, you can't send him, you can't just only cover him with a one person. He'll push down into these tier 2 turrets, so you send him on a side and leave Kami to catch the mid wave, so you always have mid prio. But IDF in this game 4 are really just forcing too many ill-advised fights. They're just too bloodthirsty, and Flash Syndicates now, after getting a win in this series, are punishing it much better than ever before.
Yeah, they're not only punishing it much better than before, they're being so much more confident, being willing to walk up for these picks, and yet another one of the picks coming through means that Beyond Godly is no longer on this earth, getting sent far beyond the immortal plane.
A lot of ults used to kill off the support, so maybe not the best Baron angle. And you don't have that Glacial Prison, so maybe Kami should stay safe for now. Does not get snared by the Deadly Flourish and is able to walk out safely. But the momentum really feels like it's swinging towards the underdog of the series ever since Game 2.
Yeah, that's what it definitely seems like. But one thing that I'll also note, right? So now that we get later into these stages of the game, we have to start looking at, all right, what are the win conditions for these teams? Right now, Flash Syndicates are honestly playing to their win condition. They're grouping up, they're deathballing, and they are getting pick on pick on pick, and it's working out so well for them. Meanwhile, on the other side, IDF, they have a large amount of AoE. They have a very strong 1-4 team composition under their belt here. But more than that, you've got a Sivir, right? We've joked about it. We've talked about it. That 6-item power spike goes absolutely crazy here. So as long as the entirety of IDF don't manage to get picked again and again, they're in a winning position.
The difficulty for Kami that's been apparent ever since his 4-0 start is, unlike the last Sivir game, he's markedly outranged this time around. The Zyra, Jhin, and Hui really have neutralized Kami's ability to step up and dole out the damage with that lead. And ever since that 4-0 start, he's now 1-4 and, I don't know, handful of assists. So you can see the marketed difference in this game for Kami. A lot less room to grow, room to really flourish compared to the last time we saw it.
Yeah, a lot less room to grow here, but now with that Infinity Edge finished, Kami has a lot more room to output damage. This Sivir now with 75% crit chance and all of the crit damage in the world is going to be able to not just clear out these waves, but more importantly, going to be able to start to clear out some of these backline threats purely through the ricochet damage.
Good to see IDF leaning back on that map presence approach, going for a pseudo 1-3-1, knowing that Teals can get pushed in the bot side. You try and leave Masuf on an island, and like you called out, Kami shreds through waves. So it's sort of setting up a pseudo blockade, but one thing breaks up blockades better than anything else in League of Legends, and that is Barons and Dragons that you have to play for.
Yeah, I mean, if you set yourself up with a standard blockade that is, all right, what if we just wave clear? Purple Worm definitely makes it pretty difficult to make that one happen. In the meantime, Joby's still very threatening, able to just kind of walk on in and be like, hey, pay attention to me. Pay attention to me. If you don't pay attention to me, I'm going to kill you. Pay attention to me. Right? And the Udyr always going to be a phenomenal aggro tank, just constantly able to force the entirety of Flash Syndicates out, but oh, here comes the hunt.
Hops on the hunt, gets away from the Strangled Thorns knockup, but Adaption Ape has a flank and they lock Cammy in place. Adaptable Ape has him marked. Cammy desperately trying to kite back away from the tanks, but the all-out executes him. In goes Teals, trying to find a big engage to get one kill back. Uses the Frozen Tomb. Masuf teleporting in. He's going to have to be the hero because Teals is dead. Adaptable Ape finds that kill and Masuf is diving for the back line. But can he find any of these kills? The roots, the stairs, they're enough for the turn, and Adaptable Ape holds the rest of IDF in place, making a Terry killing spree with a snipe severing bolt. Flash Syndicates are doing it, folks. They are fighting back from that 0-2 mark.
Yeah, and just like that, 5 people killed on the map, but 4 of them on the side of IDF here, as Flash Syndicates now looking to pick up the Chemtech Drake. They understand that the Udyr could absolutely just walk in and steal that Baron out from under them, so they're just not going to take that chance whatsoever. Just look to take the fully guaranteed opportunity for them here. And once again, Kami just stunned up in the middle of the fight, just not where he wants to be, gets all outed on, and Teals getting feared up right in the middle of the fight, just not able to output the damage needed. Masuf goes into the back lane and tries with the Hextech Ultimatum to fight and take down Leon, but it just does not work out in the end. 4 members go down for the side of IDF, and only the jungler taken out on the side of Flash Syndicates means that you can't go for the Baron, but you can absolutely take that one straight to the bank.
Snoop's teleport was markedly delayed, it felt like, compared to when that play really started. Might have hurt IDF in the long run. Curtain Call was utilized in the jungle there. Maybe Leon looking for a pickoff, but it's actually the mid-tier 2 that ends up falling. But somebody's got to go answer the split-pushing Cassante, who still has teleport because he walked for that fight-winning flank.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's just a matter of being in the right place at the right time, and Masuf was not the one in the right place there. It is Adaptable Ape, and man has very much been adapting. In games number 1 and number 2, just did not find any way how to beat out Masuf. Didn't really see any sort of way how to survive here, but now in game number 4, just looking to do so much extra work, also able to get the greedy back off in that top half of bot lane. But
he pulled everybody.
All of a sudden, the Barons started up.
Adaptable Ape masterclass. He went for a 1v1 fight with Tails, made sure to get his flash, and then teleports in for a Baron call. I gotta think they could have stuck that one out there. They had it low enough. Joby wasn't close enough, but instead they back off, fearing the 5v5. Yeah, the wave might have done it because IDF is just running down mid lane, trying to threaten this inhibitor turret. They should get that at the very least. We got to be careful about overstaying because Not Important is going to re-engage. They go in, try and lock down Teals. Cammy kiting back. Teals is going to be the sacrificial lamb. How many kills can Flash Syndicates get here? Because they get enough. They have a Baron waiting for them, and they have Cammy locked up once again, just front to backing seamlessly, and they're going to cash in 1, 2, make it a third on the killing spree.
Yeah, a third member of IDF goes down, and much more importantly, that is Joby taken out, and Not Important stays alive, meaning that the Purple Worm is theirs for the taking here. Masuf now just going to continue push down these side lanes, trying to make it as little of a positive Baron play as possible. The inhib in mid lane also now going to be focused down onto, but with the Zyra, this should be a relatively safe Baron take, if not a quick one, but Masuf trying to keep that from happening.
Jhin is a very slow Baron taking AD carry. It's down to 3K. Masoof's going to go in. Wants Bento. Picks up that first kill easily. Baron down way below. Smite to secure it. IB Godly in the face trying to hold everybody out in place. But Terry's damage is just far too much greater. Masoof nearly becomes the hero for IDF. But in the end of the day, it's 4 members of Flash Syndicates with the purple banner. And their squad narrowly back ahead in the gold department.
Yeah, it's just been hit after hit after hit onto Lian, but in the end, Terry
Cammy.
now
Safe on the hunt.
Yeah,
Amazing
safe.
ultimate.
Yeah, but in the end, right, it's honestly Terry who's been very quietly having a super solid game. 6-1 on the Hui, just not really in any trouble because Masoof's always been going for this Jhin, always been going for this Zyra, right? Just looking for these super squishy members that you can pop immediately, and Hui somehow just goes ignored, right? Somehow just not the main focus of these team fights whatsoever. And it's not working out for them. IDF now going to be falling behind in terms of the gold lead here, but still they're working closer and closer towards those big power spikes, and there's the biggest power spike needed. Kami now with a Lord Dominic's regards finally gonna be able to do something about all of these tanks constantly on top of his face. I think right now just needs some sort of survivability, but until you get to that point, the Sivir still very, very much a threat.
Well, they're going to lock down IB Godly. 2 key ultimates utilized for that play that doesn't get them a kill. Only grabs them the mid-tier 2 turret. So an angle for Flash Syndicates, IDF, excuse me, to try and punish Flash Syndicates. One of their main engage tools far too low. They're going to shepherd them towards this Drake pit. Drake count is 2 apiece even, but maybe a window for the Iridescent Frozen squad to go in here with the ults on their side.
Yeah, and watch how Teals does not have a flank available to them. It is just going to be the solid front-to-back 5v5.
Masoof able to get out of the curtain call's way. Another ult used to not find any kills. They're jockeying for positions on this Baron. Teals goes in, executes the Hui with Cammy's help, and then Frozen tombs himself. Teals with a hero play that might have just flipped the script of Game 4 and won the series for IDF. They pick up 4 kills in an instant. Adaptable Ape gonna be that 4th one as Cammy finds the execute, and with death timers long enough, this might just be IDF running down mid to punch their ticket ahead.
The wave now in mid lane going to get taken surely to that Nexus as the inhib going to be going down soon enough. The entirety of the squad, barring IB Godly, is running straight in towards those towers. The teleport in from Teals as well. As the Lissandra that made the big game-changing, series-defining play is going to join the rest of the team in taking down the towers, in taking down Flash Syndicates, in taking the step to the finals of playoffs.
Wow. That series got energized out of nowhere. Iridescent Frozen get it done 3-1, but it was anything but easy to get to this point. They are there nonetheless and move on from top 12 to top 8, awaiting their opponent to choose them as a matchup. And I gotta think, now that we have all the series wrapped up, that IDF is a hard choice to make if you are the first seed making a selection of your opponent.
Yeah, definitely a difficult position to find yourself in when you say, oh, well, we have to choose to fight one of these teams. I mean, you know, Masoof throughout this series, just an absolute powerhouse. Kami as well, just constantly outputting so much damage. I mean, you can see all of that damage output by that Sivir, by those ricochets, but also on top of that, the constant damage output coming in from Teals' flanks on this Lissandra. Super important. You cannot be leaving these comfort picks open, especially in series defining games.
Always fun to see the gold graphs in games like this, and man, you could tell exactly where this game exploded. Just a straight drop. That is 90 degrees of a gold lead for Iridescent Dawn Frozen. That wraps up the first round of playoffs across the board. I am looking at the sheet here, and we have all of our 4 winners. Some some upsets, some expected. Nonetheless, we have our 4 teams. Obviously, our stream brings you Iridescent Dawn Frozen. There will be moving on. You had the Optimal Esports Dynasty 5-game banger upset that nobody got to watch. Drop Dead Gaming took the series 3-1 over on the second stream, and South Hill Scrappers, my favorite name squad in this entire tournament, move on with a 3-0 of their own. The way this works going forward, folks, is while these series were going on, all of those 1-seed teams that you know very much so about and love when you talk about the winning formula, Akuma Blades, Turbo Gaming, and Turbo Gaming, they were all awaiting. They're playing all their own best of ones to decide who gets to go first to pick their opponents. So we'll be off next weekend for the holidays. That will be when opponents are selected. And then next 2 weeks from now, we'll be back for another set of best of 5s to go from 8 teams to 4.
All right, but either way, oh.